lot of noise for them. You're cheering, you know, when the audience is cheering for you, that gets you pumped up.
Bring them out, bring them out, bring them out.
All right, we're ready to go. Our first team, Billy Adams and Ryan Bort. Please report to the log roll.
Yeah, Ryan Bort coming all the way from Richmond, New Hampshire, and Billy Adams from Pulaski, New York.
Pulaski, that's not too far from here.
Not too far. Not as the salmon is
Well, I was going to say, that's salmon fishing country right there.
I know these guys competed at Paul Smith's College together. Ryan's taking kind of a step back to have a family the last couple of years, but saw him chop earlier this year, and he looks in fighting shape. I mean, dude is an absolute animal. Billy Adams has always been so strong in every event, really fit guy. He's a logger by trade.
God bless.
This is going to be I have a feeling this is going to be a pretty fast roll.
Yeah. So I want to remind everybody on the track, please try to stay away from this area in front of the stage. If you do have to go there, stay down, because that's the area that our video timing people will meet.
Oh, you good. Are you going to feel okay? Yeah. I'll be able to come back.
All right, first heat, here we go.
Stand to your timber. 3, 2, 1, go!
All right, here we go. Ooh, that log moved along.
That was interesting.
But there they go. A little bit of communication. That's a good hit on the way down, working the way back.
Help them out, folks. Cheer them on now. They can hear you.
Trying to guide it in. Good first roll.
Right. That'll be a tough one to beat right there.
Wow.
So do you think that their college stuff probably helped them a little bit? Because I know this is a common event in the collegiate ranks, but you don't see a lot of professional shows that happen.
100%. Yeah, these guys have been rolling together for years. I know maybe it's been a couple seasons since they've done it together, but I'm telling you what, that was a great first roll, and that log definitely acted a little differently, Mark, than I think that we thought it would up here. So it'll be interesting to see if the rest of the athletes kind of figure that out before they go up, or if they kind of have a little bit of a stumble with how this log is going to react to them.
All right, next up, Zach Brown and Kurt Kabowski.
Yeah, Zach Brown also from Pulaski, New York. And Kurt Kabowski is actually from West Monroe, New York. Not too far away either.
No. That's practically local.
Yeah, these guys both also graduated from Paul Smith's College.
All right.
Kurt used to absolutely dog walk all of us in the underhand shop in college. He was an absolute animal in that event.
And you got him smiling, so that's good. Little size differential there, though. Does that affect much?
No, there's a lot of fighting that dog over here on this side. Yeah, did you notice that Kurt put him on the speed side of this log? Yeah.
No, dummy. You know, it's going to be a long day. Like, I got to save my strength and I'm chopping it.
All right, looks like our timers are just about set.
Stand to your timber. 3, 2, 1, go!
All right, here we go. Oh, we see the same kind of movement there.
Yep. They've got their heads up. They're watching where that log's going.
Wow, that thing is moving around. Oh, we saw that log really moving on the track down there.
All right, let's help bring it back, folks.
Now they're figuring it out. Oh boy. They're taking the long way around the track now, Mike.
Help them out. And there, give them a nice round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. All right, next up, Trevor Beaudry and Brandon Graves.
Yeah, Trevor Beaudry hailing out of Walpole, New Hampshire. Brandon Graves out of Victor, New York. This is a team we don't normally see together rolling the circuit. This might be the first time they've ever done this. But Brandon's a coach for Finger Lakes Community College out there in Canandaigua, New York. And Trevor, we see him on the Steel Timber Sports Series stage. Not one of the big 6 events you see in that.
Right.
but I know Trevor has always liked this event ever since he was competing up at the University of New Hampshire.
Okay, yeah. Well, looks like they definitely got the size for the event for sure.
Oh yeah, Trevor's an animal, absolute animal. He's really taken the training seriously, and then he's actually a new this year too.
Wow,
so now he's like
congratulations.
leveled up. He's got that dad strength now.
Okay, oh yeah. Oh yeah. They're going to do everything they can to get that log in the exact same spot every time.
Yeah, they've got those paint marks on the top to level where they should be on those pins, and then the arrow on the sides to say upward. It's got to sit this way, so it's just about the same every single time we bring a new team up here to roll.
If this guy a job at a landscape company, he's doing a nice job, great.
Yeah, he could be a greenskeeper. Yeah, he could be. Oh, yeah.
This is something that they usually don't have to contend with, because usually that track's rock hard and dry, so all they got to do is rake out all the scratch marks. Here they got to do a little grading work.
And I'm still trying to think from an athlete's perspective. Would I rather the dust all over my gear, or would I rather the mud all over my gear? I'm trying to still figure out which one I would prefer.
All right, well, you let me know as the day wears on, because that may become a factor for sure. Not sure which one's easier to clean either. All right, looks like they're getting ready. They'll have a little conference with the head judge, make sure they understand what he expects.
All right, so we're getting the riot act here from the judge on what to do and what not to do. Because Trevor, habitual line stepper, he likes to push the envelope.
Likes to push the envelope. That's good to know.
Stand to your timber. 3, 2, 1, go!
All right, there we go. Ooh, that thing spun right around on that time. Good roll going down the way down, though.
They're adjusting well.
There we go. Solid spin back.
Make some noise for them, folks. They can hear you.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh. This is what happened to that other team, too.
And give them a nice round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. All right, next up we have Parker Bogardus and Dakota Robard.
Yeah, Cody Robart from Sheboygan, Michigan. And then Parker from Chelsea, Vermont. These guys, they compete together in the Midwest at some lumberjack shows together. Parker got his start at Paul Smith's College as well.
Robard, his family, he grew up doing that.
Yeah, he's been competing for a long time. I know he also gave it a whirl in college. It's actually where I got to meet him when he was at Finger Lakes Community College. Got to watch him compete a couple times against me. After smoked me in some chops.
Oh yeah, yeah. Well, his father Wally was always one of the top 4 or 5 choppers out here at Boonville for years.
Oh, and I see the log load people coming out with their chainsaws and some tickets. I know we're going to be doing some ticket sales here for some chainsaw raffles. All right, looks like our athletes are set, ready to go.
Stand to your timber. 3, 2, 1, go!
All right, here we go. Whoa, way off kilter, but they're reeling it back.
All right,
roll.
help them out, folks. They've done this a time or two for sure.
Good communication.
All
Whoa!
right, nice roll. Now that shows some good adjustment. That was great. Nice rolling. All right, next up, Matt Slingerland and Matt Kogar.
This is always my favorite, Mark, when you see a couple of the guys that are elite in the Big Six get leveled out here in an event that is just the common man's event in lumberjacking. We got Matty Slingerland, Matt Kogar. Both these guys, such athletes.
Both of them grew up in timber sports. Their family's well known. Both those last names carry a lot of weight in this sport.
Sure, absolutely. It's a homecoming for Matty.
I know Matt Slingerland, his grandfather, icon in the saw making. He was one of the first ones to come up with this raker saws and stuff. And I know for years the Slingerland saw was the one to own.
Well, this is going to be fun to watch.
Oh yeah.
And he's breaking it down, the specific rules for him.
Got some nice sunshine. Oh, Matt's got somebody cheering for him out there.
Here we go.
Stand to your timber. 3, 2, 1, go!
All right, there they go. Yep, we saw that the first couple of heats, but now they're reeling it back. Trying to communicate. Get to go down. Good hit.
All right, let's help them out, folks. They got a good start.
Whoa!
That's a new definition of log rolling. These guys are confusing this with curling.
I can't believe Matt stayed up, to be honest. That was some twinkle toes if I've ever seen it there, getting over the top of that. Now they're going to have to cross all here to get it in. In there.
Give them a nice round of applause, folks. They're smiling, they're laughing. I think that one will make the highlight reel for sure.
100%. I don't know how Matt finished that event. He's laughing so hard right now.
Well, I was going to tell him, gymnastics is another good side profession. You showed some very good gymnastic moves there. All right, next up, we're looking for Will Chamberlain and Brian Schucknick.
Yep, good old Will Chamberlain, Brian Schupneck. Will graduated from SUNY ESF. Brian Schupneck graduated from Alfred State University.
Yeah, I'm jealous because they started a Woodsmen team about 3 years after I graduated from Alfred.
Oh, man.
I was glad to hear they got a team, and I was like, man, 2 years earlier, boys, would have been sweet.
When you see Will is going to overanalyze the daylights out of this. This is what he does. He's going to go down there, take a look.
He got his caliper out there, he measured the ends of the log.
I'm telling you what, if he was
checking the will, checking the wind.
If he was given 30 minutes to get ready for this event, he'd use 31 of those minutes.
Whatever the rules give him, he's going to take advantage of it.
Yeah, blessed you are, Andy, for having to coach him for 4 years, 100%. That Brian Schupneck guy is the one I was referencing earlier that built his own hot saw. We'll see him and his hot saw operating later here today.
Okay. So I noticed his PV, the handle is quite a bit longer. An advantage, a disadvantage?
I always considered that an advantage, a little bit more leverage on that thing to really hit it. You can get low, still be able to really pull on that thing, and then when you go to actually pick up on it, you can reach back a little bit and kind of wheel it around with you. I like the longer handle on my TV. And he's got one of those actual log-right TVs there, one of those ones you could buy under the tents around the grounds. Correct. Where Will has a customized one there, where he had welded on some chainsaw dogs onto that bad boy.
All right, they got a plan. Let's see if it works.
Stand to your timber. 3, 2, 1, go!
All right, there we go.
We're talking. Help them out, folks.
Figuring it out. Will walking his way down the log. Beautiful hit. Speedy recovery, too, on the way back. Uh-oh, they got to find it here, though.
Whoa, here's that slippery track.
You survived.
That log
All right, let them hear it, folks.
No, they hit the end of it. Got to hit the front face of the log. There it is.
So what happened there? They didn't have wood extending beyond the stake?
Correct. Yeah, they hit just the end of it against the stake where they got to have bark hit that thing. So, and that's a heavy log.
Oh, yeah. All right, next up we have Arden Kogar and Alex Storm.
Yep, Arden Coker Jr. and Alex Storm. Arden Coker out of what? And Alex Storm out of Newville, Pennsylvania. This is the young meets old right here.
Okay, yeah.
I tell you what, Alex is one of those up-and-comers to watch for, Mark.
Okay.
He's going to surprise you in some chops later today.
All right, well, we keep an eye out for him, for sure.
We saw him competing on the steel stage the last couple of years. He's an animal.
Okay. Arden Kogar Jr., a veteran, been at this unknown number of years, probably more than he wants to count, but he don't slouch when it comes to chopping either.
Yeah, Arden Coker Jr., 57 years old, folks, out there rolling with this young buck.
God bless him. I know his dad was quite old too when he was still competing as well. Yep, I can remember his dad out here the first couple of years I announced with Full Boys. Always one of the top 4 or 5 guys, especially in the underhand.
Stand to your timber. 3, 2, 1, go!
I like the technique there from Jamie. He was super low off the start, get the leverage on that PV. Start launching it down, but they're trying to roll. Good hit!
All right, let's see if they can repeat it, folks, before they've gotten into trouble.
Man, it's getting slippery on them on the way down there. And they're going to take the early
They're taking the early
call on this one. Go past. Ooh, it's getting slippery, folks. Cheer them on up there. They can use it. There they go, trying to reel it in now. Oh, they still missed it.
Help them out, folks. This is a tough break right here.
That is Heartbreak City right there.
Give them a big round of applause, boys. All right, next up. Now, these guys have rolled together for a long time. Dave Engusser, Tim Keith.
Yeah, these are always favorites to win this event.
Oh, yeah.
Every year out here. They're getting long in the tooth now, but I'm telling you, they've still got some fight.
Oh, yeah. So, Tim, how many years you and Dave been log rolling together? 35 great years, man. There he is, okay. He's out checking the track.
He was sweet talking to John.
Trying to get a good word in for later, so. Yeah, these guys got a lot of experience under their belt right here, and they're always in the top 3 or 4 of this event.
Yeah, you see Dave's looking up and down the log again.
Oh, yeah.
Take a good look at it. You see Tim's actually, Tim was kind of measuring distance
Oh,
to
yeah.
the pole.
He's the scientist of the group, for sure.
That's a new technique. I haven't seen that.
Yeah. Every little thing they think helps them, they're going to go for it.
Might be a way he was trying to measure how much he thinks this log's going to walk.
We'll have to ask him later. We'll have to find out what he was measuring, I'm sure. I know I've seen those guys come out and put diameters in on each end of the log before they rolled it. Yep, I've seen guys do that. Of course, once you roll it, then it all goes out the window anyway. But
Oh, I love this technique from Dave Engasser. He's got his ready to just get that thing speed rolling. Here we go.
Stand to your timber. 3, 2, 1, go!
There he goes. Wow. I love that technique.
good start.
There they go down the track. Good hit.
All right, let's help them bring it back, folks.
What a roll they got going.
Let's see if they can finish it.
What a roll.
Nice job. Give them a huge round of applause. That's always a good way to start the day, right there.
That's going to make things tight at the top of the leaderboard
Oh,
right there.
Nice rolling, you guys. Good job.
Up next, Richard Jordan and Jason Lentz.
These guys are no slouch when it comes to rolling logs either.
Absolutely. Lentz from Diana, West Virginia. Richard Jordan, Connecticut, for this event. Usually we'd see Jason rolling with Mark Beauquin. Beauquin not here though.
Okay. I know Jordan, he's rolled a number of years here. You look at them, they got the size and the strength, that's for sure.
Absolutely.
So how much does that size and strength play into it? I mean, it helps, but how much?
Oh, it really helps. It really helps. If you can have the technique, but then you've got the GUR behind you to get it down there, I mean, you can absolutely smash this thing down and back. But
When it comes to that cross hauling, it's got to really help that.
yeah, but in this event, if you have to cross haul, especially with this talent,
You're probably not the money.
you're out of it.
You're just trying to get it done. Yep. Yeah, from what we've seen so far, you're going to be hard pressed. Hard pressed to get in the money.
Stands to your timber. 3, 2, 1, go!
Oh boy. Oh boy. They're taking the long way around the track on this one. There we go.
Quick, we'll see.
Yeah, luckily Jason can bench press a car. That was easy for him. Working their way
That
back.
water's not helping.
That water's getting deep over there. Good.
All right, nicely done. Nice adjustment. Nice adjustment.
All right, who do we got up here next? We got Brad Jones and Donald Lambert.
All right, now there's a name that's been out here a long time at Boonville, Donald Lambert.
Yeah, Brad Jones hailing out of Stratford, New Hampshire. Donald Lambert out of St. Gilles, Quebec.
Donald Lambert for years, one of the premier bow stars. He's always in the top 3 or 4 in the bow star.
Yeah, he is an absolute incredible sawyer. Just all around athlete too. He's phenomenal in just about every event. Stream technician. Probably one of the nicest guys too that you'll find out there. Always has a smile on his face.
Yes, he does. Yes, he does. Always been. How many years you been competing, Donald?
Too many.
Too many. Now, it can't be too many because he's back out here, so. Something tells me he's past that 57-year-old mark that Arden Coger Jr. was at. Yeah.
Yeah, Andy's saying hammer the over on that one, boys. All right. I know Brad's really been competing at a high level, taking his training very seriously the last few years as well. One of the athletes out of the University of Maine.
Okay, yep.
He's been graduated now for probably at least, say, like 8 years or so now at this point. Yeah, somewhere there.
All right, they got a plan. Let's see if they can make it work.
Stands to your timber. 3, 2, 1, go!
All right, there we
All
go.
right,
Ooh.
folks, bear in mind, looks like they've got a good idea how this thing's going to work.
Oh, they haven't hit this stake
Oh,
though.
it didn't quite have enough momentum there. Let's help them out, folks.
Oh, but see, this is where that pop would have really helped there. Get that thing back on track, but they're going to cross haul.
All right, give them a nice round of applause, folks. They adjusted well. They adjusted well.
It's just crazy how much this track is changing
Yeah.
in just these few heats.
Just every heat seems to change the complexity of that track just a little bit.
All right, and up next we've got Super Dave Jewett and Mike Slingerland coming out of the
There's
track.
a team that's been around a long, long time. Very, very good at almost any event out here that you're going to see.
This is the most important part of this right now. Is Super Dave's collar pop. If the collar is popped, he's dialed in and he's ready to go. And, oh, there it is too. There it is. The collar is up. The power of the collar.
Power of the collar.
Super
Right, I'm
Dave
going to
Jewett.
remember that. Yep. Dave Jewett's been an overall winner here multiple times at Boonville. Always tough.
And you see Mikey.
He's another one that's grown up in timber sports for sure.
This is an event he's had a lot of success in here over the years.
And that team we saw earlier, Matt Swingerl, and that's his son.
We're hoping to see, hopefully Mike can stay on his feet in this one, unlike his son.
He's done some dancing in the past. He's done a couple of gymnastic moves, especially today with it being a little slick out there.
I think this is going to be a quick one. These guys, this log isn't going to fool these guys.
Yep. After a while, you've probably seen about every kind of log there is. It's just a question of making the right prep at the right time.
I know currently the leader in this is still Parker and Cody Robars over there.
Okay.
They did this in just over 15 seconds, so.
And now,
All right, here we go.
Stand to your timber. 3, 2, 1, go!
Whoa, that thing turned a lot. They're going to have to do a lot of work to bring it back in, get those stakes. I think they're going to do it, though. Mikey already going to the other side. Oh! Mike getting caught now.
help them out, folks. Help them out. I think Mike thought they had a little more momentum than what they did.
That puddle really got him on that one.
Good. Give them a nice round of applause, folks.
Holy cow.
He's like, what were you thinking? And Mike's like, well, I thought this was going to happen.
Usually when buddy gets yelled during an event, it's not a good buddy.
Right.
All right, up next we got, little Bradley Kittle with Nate Hodges coming out.
I can see why you call him Little Brad.
Yeah, he's like Lennian of Mice of Men. This dude is a monster.
Sounds like he's got his own cheering spot out there, too.
6'8", Mark.
Wow. He should be playing basketball.
He should be doing a lot of things. I'm glad he's doing lumberjack sports because once this guy figures it out, he is going to be tough to beat. And then, of course, we have Nate Hodges out of North Fork, California. Flew out for the event here. Nate, your reigning world champion in the hot saw.
Hey, that's something to brag about right there.
And he was this close to being a 3-time U.S. National Steel Timber Sports champion this year. But Matt Koger just edged him out.
Wow, okay, maybe a little revenge here at Boonville.
All right, we're going to see what these guys get dialed in here. I don't know how much log rolling Nate's done on the West Coast, but we're going to see.
0, okay.
Stand to your timber. 3, 2, 1, go!
All right, here we go. I like the start, but now they got to communicate.
Heads up, bud.
Oh. You see how fast and strong Nate is, though.
He's moving that thing like it's a good thing. Yep.
All right, heading back the other way.
All right, help you finish strong, ladies and gentlemen.
Brad's got to hit that end. Oh.
Here's where the big guy comes in handy. Give him a nice round of applause. That's where that size comes in, right there.
Absolutely.
All right, Ben Carlson and Chris Savage up next.
Yeah, Ben Carlson, hailing out of Connecticut, got his start in the sport at SUNY ESF. And Chris Savage, out of New Paltz, New York, got his start at Alfred State University.
These guys are serious. They got their heads on back.
Oh, they know. They're going to have to fly to
They
catch
know how
Robars.
right. They know how fast they got to go, so they've already got it in speed mode.
You see how they're trying to level it out there? Take a look at, you see how there's PV marks in those logs.
And mean, that 15 seconds, that's a good time on a dry track. But in this kind of stuff, that's phenomenal. Definitely adverse conditions for log run, for sure. It's not close, but it's close. Narrowing it down, this is team 13, no, 14, so we've got 2 more teams coming up after this.
Again, the next event we got coming up is the single buck.
Stand to your timber. 3, 2, 1, go!
All right, here we go. That's the first time we've seen them do that. But you see, the log's starting to run on them. Oh, and I don't think they hit that one stake there. They're going to have to hit that. Yep, now they cross all the other way. All right, they can use some help, folks. Steer them on that way back. Through Lake Boonville, all the way down to the other end of the track.
Help them out. Give them a big round of applause, folks.
Tough roll.
All right. You've got Zach Pack and Ben Minkow.
Yeah, Ben Minkow, one of my favorite athletes out of the Finger Lakes region. Just that name, Minkow, you can get a howl behind it.
Yes,
Ben Minkow. With that, I know he's been a fan favorite for a lot of the youngsters out there. They call him the Wolf Pack. His little fans out there. And then we got Zach Pack, also, I believe he graduated from FLCC as well. Didn't graduate. I was giving you more credit there. You brought this upon yourself now. Didn't graduate. Okay.
You got introduced to the sport at college. You can just leave it at that. That sounds like you did graduate.
Yeah,
Right?
a lot of people go to college for 7 years. They're called doctors. Yeah.
Not a big deal. Oh my God. It's going to be a long day. What a good one. All right, we've got a few teams left to go, but these guys got their work cut out for them because we've seen some fantastic holes.
These guys, those younger athletes, did a lot of log rolling in college.
Right.
I think these guys are going to put up a good time here. And I mean, look at the flow of Minky. Ben Minkow, he's got that mullet going.
Yeah.
I expect good things out of these guys in this one.
All right, we're going to find out.
Stand to your timber. 3, 2, 1, go!
There they go. Whoa. They're starting to wheel and deal, though. They're racing it down. Got a good roll going. Oh.
They say it's a game of inches.
Wow. I cannot believe they missed that side. Here they come on the way back.
Let's help them out, folks. They got to make up some time. Oh.
What could have been?
Yeah, I hear you there. All right, give them a big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Got a long day ahead of them, a lot of events yet to come.
All right, final team here in the log roll. We got Max Mercier and JP Mercier out of Quebec.
I believe it's a father-son team?
Father-son team.
Okay, that's great. We always like to see those.
I know we saw Max out here yesterday win the Jack and Jill.
Correct.
With Stephanie. Yep. And JP.
And Max has got to be a force in his own, especially in a lot of the tournaments.
Oh, yeah.
Yep.
Oh, yeah.
Definitely. We'll be calling his name a lot today, I'm sure.
I do got an age on this guy. 67 years old. JP Mercier.
God bless you. Good to see you back, sir.
69!
Wow.
Max lied to me at PA then. He's going to be 70 next month.
Oh, give this man a
Unbelievable.
big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. I'm not sure I should be able to look at the lawn when I'm 69, let alone try and roll it. God bless you.
I don't want to roll the log, and I'm 38. I don't want the smoke of this thing right now, and he's almost 70.
God bless.
What an animal.
And JP, a phenomenal maker of saws. So sharpening the saws.
Yeah, I'd say best in the world. Yep, best in the world.
We'll see a lot of his saws out here today, I'm sure.
100%. My bet is you're going to see at least the top two in every single race the MSCA saw here today.
Okay.
Stand to your timber. 3, 2, 1, go!
All right, let's make a lot of noise for them, folks. Last pair of competitors in the log roll.
Oh, wow. Keep going, Dad. That's a good hit. I didn't think they were going to hit it.
They were going to make it, but they made it work.
What a roll.
Rock and keep it going, keep it going. It's going to be full.
Got to keep it there.
Oh. Trying to push that out of the way. Give them a big round of applause, folks.
What a race.
Man, that was phenomenal. Good job, gentlemen. Good job.
That was playing with my heartstrings down there on that first trip down. I thought they were going out into the middle of Lake Boonville over there. They were going to be lost, have to cross haul it in, and they were able to bring that thing back. What a roll.
That takes care of log rolling, correct.
Yeah.
So now when we have roll break in the action, I'm going to turn this microphone over to my very lucky.
So it's like you'll see around New York State, we got a lot of smaller shows like the Deposit Lumberjack Festival, the Macedon Fireman's Field Days out there in Western New York. Some of the ones that, like some of the local breweries, the athletes there might be using their B's or their C saws. But then there's some of the athletes up here that are best and only. So they may have a saw out here, like Parker, one of the young athletes out of Paul Smith's college. He may only have one single buck saw. And if it's fresh, he's great. He's in the money. He's going to be good today. But if it's not fresh, he may be up here for a second. But he's saying, Cody's like, yeah, he doesn't even own one. He's using mine, buddy. That's the best kind of equipment that you could have in this sport. Somebody else's? Somebody else's. I was like somebody else's hot saw guy for a long time.
Wow, you got to be a good friend to let somebody loan you a hot saw. But that's kind of like letting borrow your girlfriend. You never know what condition it's going to come back in.
100%. Yeah, no, I thankfully, Chris Sikora, Brett Smith, all those guys let me borrow hot saws for a number of years. And I would go out there like Wreck-It Ralph and beat the daylights out of it. Give it back to them, they'd smile and just say that you have fun. Those are the kind of guys you surround yourself with in this sport, the guys that are just always out here having fun. Looks like our single sawyers are getting those starting arcs set in. Starting arcs, as I'm sure you know, Mark, that's like a safety arc for all of these, as well as it's for wood conservation and this stuff. Because if you set that saw up sideways in that cut, you might be cutting way more wood than you're supposed to be in this event, and it really starts to limit how many cuts you can get on logs, and nobody wants to see that.
Correct. Not to mention it's going to take you a whole lot longer in the time. It's not going to be anywhere near where it should be.
Now, you were talking earlier about a legend in these parts, Dick Flingerland.
Correct.
He was one of the first guys to ever create this technology of these saws. Tell me a little bit about that technology.
Okay, so I know for years the M-tooth was the big thing. Back when I was in Cleveland, the M-tooth came, I think, out of Australia, which basically just ripped the heck right out of the wood. And you needed...
All right, let's roll them over.
We'll continue this story later.
The judge just called for the saws to be rolled over, so it looks like we're about set. So in this heat, on stand A, we have Zach Brown. Stand B, Parker Bergardis. Stand C, Nate Hodges. Stand D, Jason Lentz. Stand E, Matt Koger. And stand F, Dave Engasser.
I mean, one of these guys can get a good cut right here. This is a stacked heat that they see right here. You got a lot of talent out there.
Stand to your timber. 3, 2, 1, go!
I watch them, DNC, it's going to be close. E with a good cut.
Hodges is flying too. Wow!
Just about a photo finish, folks, right here. Holy cow, that was tight. All right, give them all a big round of applause.
I was looking over here and Nate Hodges may have pulled that heat off, but what a cut Nate just ripped off on stand C. All right, getting set up next seat, we got Max Mercier, Will Chamberlain, Arden Coker Jr., Chris Savant, Brandon Graves, and Brad Jones. On deck will be Lambert, Karkowski, JP Mercier, Dan Bean, and Ogre.
Oh, I don't see a lot of tickets yet over here for this logger roll.
Oui.
We got people selling up
Hein?
there.
Là, il était à temps que je posais d'amener mon single.
Today we have two. All right, so we've already rambled off 4 chainsaws here this weekend. We got 2 more today. So if you've not won one yet, I think your chances are increasing as the more tickets you buy today. So, and I know Waterloo is definitely doing a sale right now, one time only. Buy one, get one the exact same price. So you definitely want to get in on that. I see Mark's over here getting in on this chainsaw. I got in there. You saw me get my tickets earlier. This is a different softball. Jeez. See, they're diming me so bad up here. All right.
You didn't warn you about that?
They did not.
This job too? Yeah, okay.
They did not warn me about that, no.
Great. Customer, bring the best of the best here at Boonville. These guys, all top-notch professionals. Any one of them on a given day could win this event. They're all giving it their best.
Holy cow. I was right, Mark. Nate Hodges took the heat. I thought we would be just under 10 seconds. Nate blew the doors off that. 8.94 seconds for Hodges.
These guys are going to have to hustle to beat that. Oh, he's looking to get revenge from that Steel Series, I'm sure. Boonville's a long way from California.
Well, Nate's got his own airplane. I wonder if he flew that bad boy out.
Oh, yeah, that's awesome. I mean, I know we have guys travel a lot, but he's the first one I heard that had his own airplane.
Yeah, it's fun when he rolls into a show. He's like, hey, who can come pick me up from the airstrip? Oh.
I mean, I know guys that have worn out pickup trucks here, guys in the truck. Wearing out a plane, man. Serious that. They're cleaning off some wood down here, down in A setup. I'm sure that's very important. You don't want any foreign material on that wood.
No, especially with how dusty it was out here yesterday.
Yeah.
A lot of dust got on these logs, just the tractors going by and whatnot. So you'll see the athletes that are in the know will carry around a brush and they'll brush these logs off. Get all that grit.
Helping the ladies yesterday, just this phone sitting up here on the table. End of the day, it was covering up.
I bet.
Good day.
All right, judges call them to roll them over. Okay, now we're going to starter cuts.
I think they've down there and set up a JP taking a few extra hits with that wire brush. I figured this is my saw, I'm getting this wood clean.
these are the VLC championships. You want to make sure that you have a nice level piece of wood that log is secured to that stand. You want to make sure that all that grit's off of there because there's a lot of prize money on the line. Yeah.
A lot of prize money and a lot of bragging.
Let alone if you mess up a $3,000 saw.
That's, well, yeah, that's not good, especially if it belongs to your dad.
Stand to your timber. 3, 2, 1, go!
All right, Max Mercier at 1, Will Chamberlain on 2, Arkansas Jr. on 3, Christopher on 4, Brandon Graves on 5, Brad Jones on 6, look at Mercier! What a cut!
Unbelievable.
Holy
Give them
cow.
all a big round of applause, folks. They were flying down there.
Max Mercier, longest to get ready, shortest to get done.
That's right. Yep, it shows what it's all about. All right, heat 3, Donald Lambert, Kurt Grabowski, J.P. Mercier, Van Veen, Dan Pat, and Trevor Boulder. There's some good names right there to take that call right.
Absolutely. I'm really looking forward to seeing what Donald Lambert's saw is looking like here this year. He is a phenomenal filer, stoner, manufacturer of racing saws in his own right down there on position A. I don't think he gets enough credit for how good his equipment is either. I ran his bow saws for a number of years. I always said, if Donald Lambert could come out here and whoop up on all of us with his equipment every show, I probably should be buying that.
That's right. Yep,
100%.
definitely. And we'll see him in the bow saw. Year after year, even at his age, absolutely phenomenal operating that bow saw. So what's your impression of this event? You've got quite a few years doing this event.
This is actually, like I told you earlier, I'm built for comfort, not speed. But in this event, you can put some grr on these saws. I'm a pretty big guy. I love this event. It's super technical, and just because you are a monster, you're an animal, does not necessarily mean you're going to be good at this event. You still have to present the saw correctly and push and pull that saw with efficiency through these logs. And if you don't, you're going to hang a raker, you're going to just struggle in keeping up with some of the athletes that might be half your size. So it was an event that I loved. I went to the JP School of Sawing. I went up to Quebec. Okay, he filed a saw for me, and I spent a couple afternoons in his basement. And one of the biggest things he taught me with single sawing right off the bat is that you don't have to use two hands to run one of these saws.
Really? Okay.
And I said, you're crazy. How is that even a thing? And JP looked at me. He stepped back, grabbed just the bottom handle, and he cut an entire log with one hand and did it very quickly.
Okay, now I put that bottom hand.
After that changed the way I looked at this event going forward. Okay, is that you don't have to be the strongest guy in the room to do this. It helps, but technique is everything.
Well, while we're getting ready, we have some results from the log roll. So let's go over those. Let's see, 10th place, 28.38. Brian Chuknik and Will Chamberlain. So we pay money in points down to 10th place.
Yeah, they're in 9th place there. We had Brad Kittle and Nate Hodges, 26.40 seconds.
All right, and just under them at 26.22, good enough for 8th place. Max Mercier and J.P. Mercier.
Yep, and ahead of them, Super Dave Hewitt and Mike Slingerland. That's 7th place at 25.85 seconds.
All right, 6th place with 24.20, Trevor Mulgrew and Brandon Graves.
5th place, Brad Jones, Donald Lambert, 23.86 seconds.
All right, 22.75, good for 3rd place, Richard Jordan and Jason Lentz.
Well, that was 4th place.
place.
3rd place will be Billy Adams and Ryan Bourne, 17.37 seconds.
So that's when things really started dropping down. All right, then we get down 16.99, Dave Angus and Tim Keats, good for 2nd.
Meaning your winners, Parker Bogardus, Cody Robarge, 15.49 seconds.
that big jump, first, second, and third, those boys are under 20.
All right, here we go. Next heat of the single buck.
Stands to your timber. 3, 2, 1, go!
All right, we got the Australian Dan Beans down here on B. JD Mercier on C.
Down there with a good cut down on A. Down on F.
I think Kirk Karbowski on position B got that heat
All
there.
right, give them all a big round of applause, folks. They make that look a whole lot easier than it is.
I can tell Trevor crushed him actually down there on F. I was looking at Beamsy, Mercier, Lambert, and I saw Karbowski come off, but Trevor was already packing up his saw, it looks like, down on F.
All right, heat 4, Alex Storm on A, Dave Hewitt on B, Ben Carson on C, Max Klingerland on D, and Greg Kittle on E. That's another 12-stat heat.
Yeah, this is a power heat right now, of course. World record holder in this event, Super Dave Hewitt on position 2, getting set up. Then we got Maddie Slingerland, Maddie, absolute technician in this event. And then this new guy down here on stand E, Brad Kittle. Watch out for him. He is a monster, and he's been ripping on some single clubs.
He's a big guy. We talked about him in the long run. Yeah, he's definitely got the stature for it. Definitely. I can see him. He's just towering over everybody. You can find him in a crowd, no problem. Look for that head that's above everybody else in the crowd. There.
All right, so he's getting that saw set up, and this is all these athletes' favorite part of competing at Boonville. It always rains in the single box. Okay. Always rains in the single box.
How much does that affect you when you're on?
How much does it affect me? Well, it never affected me. If you are not dialed in to what you're doing in the single box, you're already out of it. So if you let the rain get to you at all, if you're thinking, I can't believe my $3,000 saw is getting wet, I'm going to have to get back, I'm going to have to oil it immediately. If all those things are in your head, you're already done. Yep, you might as well pack the saw up now and just go get it oiled, because you're not going to hang with the big boys because they ain't thinking about it.
They're zoned right in on what they're doing, and that's all they're thinking about.
All right, so you see Super Dave over here measuring out where he's going to put his foot blocks down and goes through.
Probably goes right down to the quarter of an inch where he wants to stop.
Oh, I bet you it's even lower than that. I bet you it's down to a 32nd of an inch. Oh, yeah. He is a technician. See, he's got his Jack and Jill partner there, giving him a hand.
Well, they're allowed to have a wedger and an oiler, correct?
Correct, yep. You have somebody there applying some of that lubrication to that saw and applying the wedge so that cookie doesn't press against that plate and hinder your pushing and pulling of these. And there's always a thing there. You always know, like you've always heard, oh, cut it thin, go to the wind. That's true. In single sawing, you want a nice thin disc. So that way, if there is any compression wood in there, it's not pinching your saw as you're trying to pass through. So, but then there's something I think is too thin, you can break it out,
Then you have problems.
you have problems.
If that breaks out, you gotta go back and try and put the rest. It doesn't seem like you're gonna have time for that.
No, and it creates a dangerous
Look
situation
at
too.
this. Put my saw right on the table for me. How nice you are.
Oh, there's two different colored
With a
tickets.
different colored ticket.
Whoa.
Every year they do different colors. I can't do much worse because I was out of it by the time you're on the second river yesterday. So what color at least I'm down right off the bat?
You never know. All right, so it looks like they're getting these mixed up. We're going to be drawing our first chainsaw here. All right, here's Katie.
First, I want to thank all of you that bought tickets. It goes for a great cause. All the money goes to the Children's Miracle Network. We are raffling off this Husky 372, which was donated by Woodwise, so we thank them for their support. I'd like to send a thank you to Trevor. He took over from Mark Murray this year. Mark, as many of you know, did this for 27 years, and he just needed to retire. We had 27 great years with him. Trevor's been doing an amazing job this year. We're really proud to have him, so let's give him a big hand. I also want to thank our volunteers. We have John from Bailey Lumber, Jacob from Bailey Lumber, Nick and Hunter also from Bailey, Gabriella from ESFPA. So I appreciate all your support. Please come down to the Longwood tent. We're still doing raffles down there. We still have another spa down there. We're going to wrap it up between about 3 o'clock today. Please support the Longwood for Kids. Like I said, everything was 100% donated. All the money goes to the kids. Okay, we're going to draw the ticket. I have Peyton here. She's going to help me draw the ticket. Ready? Hold it a little bit. All right. Red ticket 6906339. Anybody?
I'm not. I'm just gonna wait.
6906339. Oh, I heard it. Come on down to the stage.
Congratulations. There's always the person that looks at their ticket last, right? It's always.
Inside for that. Inside. All right, here we go. We're going to run a heat.
All right, so we got Storm, Jewett, Carlson, Slingerland, and Kittle in this heat.
Stand to your timber. 3, 2, 1, go!
Look at him go, folks.
Yeah,
You were with a good run.
super days, you know,
Just about a photo finish. Him and Matt Slinger. Just about a photo finish. Give them all a big round of applause, folks. You almost got to just watch one, because if you start at one end, by the time you get to the other end, it's over.
It is, and I was watching Super Days because the collar was up. He's feeling it over there, but I knew he was going to have to go to catch Hodges. That was a good cut for him, but not sure if it was quite good enough to catch an 8.
I know him and Matt just about photo finish when they got done. It'll be tight. But again, if you can't win, you want to come in second or third, work that overall.
All right, so we've got in our next heat, Cody Robarge, Billy Adams, Alan Skidnall, Brian Schupneck, and Eric Piazza getting set up. Get down there and see Hodges this time is still the one to beat. But Nate just walked by and goes, did I hear that right? I was in the lead there at the end. I had a hang in that. Yeah, buddy, that was 8.9 seconds with a hang. He was cooking. We have a new leader in the single box, 8.42 seconds. Super Dave Jewett, new leader.
You know he's feeling that. You know he is feeling that. Man, that's going to be tough to beat. You guys, these training athletes are going to have to bucket. Congratulations. Let's give a nice round of applause to our chainsaw winner, ladies and gentlemen.
Coming to us from Sherrill, New York. Congratulations. Is this your first time on the stage?
It is, very first time. My mother's been on the stage, my mom's been on the stage. I saw Loretta Lynn on the stage. When I met her, I was 13 at that time. Pretty cool.
Well, congratulations. Let's give her a big, big round of applause for taking home this beautiful 372 Husqvarna chainsaw.
All right, we're going to get a picture of our winner, and thank you very much for all you folks that bought tickets. Again, it all goes to a great cause. 100% of the money these folks raise goes to a very, very great cause. All right, right in the middle, everybody looking around it. He's also a professional photographer as well. And many talent.
Oh, yeah.
Oh yeah.
Oh, yeah.
That's before. Great job.
You can tell I take a lot of pictures of fish.
Oh yeah. Yep.
They call my Facebook fish book.
Alright, looks like we're just about ready for another heat. Oh, they know what they gotta get to now, right?
I'm excited to see what Alex can do here. He went to the JV School of Sawing, I believe, here on position C. He's saying, pump the brakes, Davey, pump the brakes. All right, here we go.
Stand to your timber. 3, 2, 1, go!
All right, here we go. Oh, yeah, Alex is moving.
Got a good truck going. Get up.
Big name, shoot deck.
Good.
Robar's got a smoker on A.
Alright, give them all a nice round of applause, folks. They can hear you. They had a little trouble seeing that 8 setup, but it looked like Robar's had a good cut down there as well.
Yeah, Robar's was flying on position A. Let's see if he was fast enough to catch Super Dave.
Alright, Dominic Ruckel on B. Setup A will be open. Ryan Wesley on C. Ben Mitkow on D. And Robert Fry on E. Final heat in the single box. And then we're going to move right into crowd favorite and one of my favorites, Ben Springboard.
Yeah, Springboard athletes, if you're in that first heat of the Springboard, start grabbing your axes and your cords, get set and ready to go. That is coming right up after this final heat of the single box.
We got 10 choppers going in this first heat in the Springboard.
And this event here every year, we've had to limit it to 40 competitors for years and years and years because this is the culmination, the biggest event in New York for all these athletes all year long. So this is like their Super Bowl for New York.
Oh, right here, yep.
But yeah, to hit all these springboard poles down here, all these belly poles down here, it is a huge task. Right? I need to get another big, big round of applause to all of our volunteers out here on the track, helping out all weekend long.
Yep, over 700 volunteers go into making this weekend happen. A lot of it's not just this weekend, it goes on almost year round.
And then I did find a cell phone by stand C. So if you didn't lose your cell phone, we have it up here at the announcer's table. I'm guessing it's either wood crew or an athlete. You want that phone?
Sure they'll be looking for it pretty soon. We can't get too far from that anymore. They're paying you when you don't find them in your pocket.
I know, I used to film and every event I was competing up here, and I would purposely lose my phone if it was a bad event.
There you go.
If it was a bad event, I didn't want to see the film on that. I'd leave that phone somewhere else.
So how much of that did you learn from that?
Oh, I learned about what not to do every time I go up there. Those who can't do, teach. And those who can't teach, announce. That's what we're doing here today.
It's our last heat. These athletes know they've got to move.
Like my invention?
That'll get you his spirits up.
Oh, 100%. 100%. I know. I'd say the guy to watch in this heat here is on stand C. Mr. Brian Wamsley here. I don't know how his hand's going to hold up. He got bit by a copperhead. I heard that. Copperhead.
Yeah.
Copperhead.
I won for some.
We're going to see how he beats here this weekend. Then we got that fan favorite, Mincow. Here we go.
Stand to your timber. 3, 2, 1, go!
Oh, yeah, Wamsley
Oh,
saw
look at
it.
this stuff coming out of that dog. Come on, folks. Boy, that was a good try. Good try. Well, now that one plays out.
Yeah, Runkle was right behind him, followed by Mincow. Right. Give him a big round of applause. That's what I'm going to say about the bird.
So much area to cover.
Springboard this year. You can never count out the monster from Diana, West Virginia, Jason Lenstad, Sam Key. Going down, it is Murderer's Row. Springboard players here. In the first heat, they got Sam Beam, coming all the way from Australia here this weekend. His first time in Boonville. Let's give him a big round of applause, folks.
That cut and PA were the only two cuts I've made since then. I haven't made any yet. Yeah. Just, yeah, PA and Steel Series. Jeez, look at Sam's pants.
Brad Jones on 2. Trevor Bowdry on 3. Bowdry on 4. Kate Wentz on 6. Alex Storm on 7. Ben Carlson on 8. Coach Rollard on 9. Richard Jordan on 10. That's 3 tops right there. This win is a 6-3
Here we go. Sands to your timber. 3, 2, 1, go!
Drew Harden. Get up there.
Springboard, because you do get a better shot competing with these guys in the ground shot later on. I'm going to count up for how they get that. All right, let's give them all a big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. They're working hard out there, man. That's a good job. Very full racers. Great job. Yeah, we're going to get an official time on that here shortly, too, because that was quick for Matt Coker. All right, we're going to move in now to the Jack and Jill event. First heat of the Jack and Jill will be Zach and Emily Brown, Percival Vardis and Taylor Cyro, Dave Anguster and Hannah Quigley. Oh, you guys are a little weak today with the Hannah Quigley. Okay. Richard George, Darcy Rose, Brad Kittle, Sydney Komrowski, Jason and Alicia Lennon. First heat in the Jack and Jill. 56.07, the official time for Matt Coger. Give him a big round of applause. About 1 minute on a 12-inch log on the top. That is correct. That is. All right, so give us a little update on the Jill. Absolutely. One of my favorites. From over the years. One cut race down in these logs. 16-inch round. It is a drag race, man. Yeah, they're going to go fast. I know even the Jack and Jill we had yesterday, if you
quite difficult. And these saws a little different from those single saws. These saws meant to cut with two people. The single saws have a belly to them, which helps the saws to go out from one side and play that one handle. So this is a flattened out saw. It doesn't have the belly and lets you operate it as you like to. So keep that saw nice and flat. Keep those teeth the whole time. And let the saw out. All right. Unfortunately, I was a nomad in the Jack and Jill song because you know how it is. You go out there, you start to figure something out, and then they get married. So then their husband then gets into the Jack and Jill song, and you get displaced, and then you perpetuate the violence the more and more you start to go out there and saw with some of the younger ladies out there. So I started sawing out there. I had Jenny McGuire, who's now Jenny Marks. Okay, saw with her for a few years, and then that Marks, she started sawing with her. Then I went with Alexis Halstead. Now Alexis Davis, she saws with her husband now, and then that was my cue to say, okay, Dave, you just need to go and fish.
Now, are you married?
I am married.
And you spent time with your wife?
My wife knows that. Yeah.
Okay.
She says, Dave, you are too competitive. I'm not mixing the two. The world collide.
A wise woman has
Very loud.
you got a tape measure out here, right? For football?
Yeah, that's your foot placement. And your foot placement is going to cross or the single buck as well. So the single buck, you need to be able to pull back with your arms and open up to really be able to pull that saw fully through the log. Where in the two-man, your feet will come the opposite way, and you just pump your arm back and forth like a piston. Okay, and nice little so different foot placement for each event for different sawing style.
Give me a sheet. All right. You're probably looking at a pretty price tag.
Yeah, I think the average price now of these saws is like $2,500 to $2,800. Yeah. Really cheap with the single saw? A little bit. These saws are smaller than single saws. A lot of single box saws, 6 foot to 6 foot right.
I noticed these are a lot shorter and stouter.
Yep, on this size log, right here, I'm using a 5'6" to 5'8" two-man saw. Me personally, when I was in this two-man dance, I only had a 5'3", it was my best and only. And when I was cutting a 20-inch log, or I was cutting an 8-inch log at a small show, I was always using that saw. I'm so competitive on the smaller wood because if you clear the gullet a little faster.
Right, we're on the bigger wood, you don't have that saw coming out and it's going.
Absolutely. Yeah, so like when we used to saw the 20s here at Boonville, you would see the big saws come out. A lot of athletes would have 5'6" to 6 foot saws in that. And I would be completely outsawed in that.
You got no choice. You got to do what you got to do, but you're not even going to be close.
Yep.
A lot of it, you got to have the technique, you got to have the equipment as well.
Yeah, and the equipment in this for young athletes so limited, it's so tough. Especially for single saws. If you like, for a single buck saw, if you want to order a brand new single buck saw today, you can't pay to get it expedited because you're a broke college student, right? And you're like, okay, I'm going to take $3,000 that I made at an ice cream stand over the summer, and I'm going to invest it into a single buck saw. And you hand that money to JP Mercier. He looks at you and says, cool, I'll get you a saw in the next 3 to 5 years. And you're like, ooh. Well, I'm a senior in college. Like, I want to make a go of it. What am I going to do until then? Well, then you're going to be borrowing somebody else's for a minute until you get yours. But if you can go to somebody else, like Paul Vinegar. Paul Vinegar's wait list is a little shorter. You can get one in like 6 to 8 months, usually from Paul. He's right out of the Finger Lakes. Or you can reach out to KBT down Brad Turner down in Australia. You can usually get a saw in about that same time frame as well, as long as you want to pay for that expedited service.
All right, little correction here. So they give points down to 10th place, towards the overall, but the prize money only goes down to 7th.
I'm looking at these times here, the argument, people we might see exactly getting under that 10-second mark. Every one of them did. Every single one of them in 10th place and on was under 10 seconds in the single bar. That is incredible.
So in 10th place with a 9.87, we had Brad Kittle.
In 9th place, Alex Kinsella
Right
with a
down the hill.
9.81.
8th place with 9.63, Matt Koger.
In 7th place, 9.56, Brian Walmsley.
All right. 6th place, 9.44, Max Mercier.
In 5th place, 9.33, Jason Lentz.
All right, now we're getting down there. 4th place, 8.96, Dakota Robards.
What a cut for Cody.
Yeah.
3rd place, 8.94, with a hang, he told us, Nate Hodges.
All right, 2nd place, 8.85, Matt Lingerland.
And this guy right here told me the one thing he wanted to do in his 50s was win a big single buck event. He just did it, 8.42 seconds. Super Dave Jewett. Give him a big round of
Wow,
applause.
there you go. Nice going, Dave. Very nice. I didn't think he was much faster than that.
He's in his 50s now.
Man, how time flies.
He's got to calm those nerves in the extra down there. Dialing that in. All right, Jack and Jill. Rolling the saws over.
All right, folks, pick one and cheer them on, because this is going to go quick.
Oh, Jewett's in the hunt now. He just threw a bullseye down there.
He's feeling it. He's feeling it.
He's in the hunt. All right. We got some great Sawyers in this first heat of the Jack and Jill. Stand 3 there, stand 4. Powerhouse as well, and stand F down there. Jason and Alicia Lentz. Here we go.
Stand to your timber. 3, 2, 1, go!
Look at them dogs dropping. Man, they're going. They're moving. Going on half. Going on speed. Nice going. Hey, very close. Give them all a big round of applause, folks. Right there. That judge just said that right there is why we don't use stopwatches. Because I don't think you had more than a couple tenths of a second between the first tee when you get done in that tee.
Absolutely. That was an incredible sign by all our athletes. Just dialed right now.
They were flying through that. All right, our tee will have Daniel Gaines with Nancy Gillespie. Matt Hobart, Kate Mikowski, Brandon and Samantha Graves on C. Dave Jewett, Ellie Kerrigan on T, Ben Carson, T.C. Jones on E, and Matt Mercier with Stephanie Noel on F.
All right, we're getting these saws lined up, ready to go. Friday night, we had the Grease Bowl climb here in the Tug of War. That was pretty awesome. Shout out to Anderson Equipment for sponsoring those events on Friday night. Nothing beats a good old-fashioned Grease Bowl climb, Mark.
And the tug of war was phenomenal. A couple amazing things happened Friday night. They're trying to get somebody to sing the national anthem, and nobody felt up to it. And so somebody in the audience said, why don't we all sing? So we literally had every person in the grandstand together sing our national anthem. Nobody's got a recording of it somewhere. It's a very special event. And then Diney and I were like, we had very few youngsters signed up. So we go, hey, it's great. here, it lasts about 20 seconds. And so for next year, I'm going to get somebody with grass or two to give them a little run for their money, because they just smoke everybody. Alright, we're going to get started coming in. Also on Saturday night, we had a great fireworks display for all the events. We want to thank Majestic Fireworks for lighting up our skies of Boonville on Friday night. Always do a top-notch display.
Absolutely.
When my kids were younger, we can't turn the infield. That was always the highlight.
So we just need 2 more axe throwers to go. Beansy, you're done with this Jack and Jill? He's not going to throw. Perfect. I love that about you. And then Brad Jones. So you will be our last thrower in the axe throw. Grab your throwing axe, head down there, get it done, because our judge has things to do, guys. Thank you.
Alright, so we're getting ready for our next piece. Cheer them on, folks, because it doesn't take long. If you saw that first piece, it's over quick.
Position D here.
Now,
Second place yesterday.
he wants a repeat of that single buck right here.
Position F was the winner here yesterday.
Yep.
Here we go.
Stand to your timber. 3, 2, 1, go!
All right, drag race.
Whoa, look at him moving! Wow, just about neck and neck. F and D were they done fast. Give them all a big round of applause, folks. I didn't chance to see, but I think Coger had a good time as well.
Matt Coger was right there in the fray with him with Kate Witkowski, absolutely.
All right, where is Stephanie? Stephanie, no. Raise your hand, everybody. There's your World Open Lumberjill champion from yesterday. Give her a big round of applause, folks. She did a great job.
How's that pole feel, Jamie? Solid?
Solid, yeah.
All right, coming up next. Third heat of the Jack and Jill. JP Mercier, Adrienne LaSalle on position 1. Dakota and Hannah Robarge on position 2. Matt and Cass Slingerland on position 3. Chris Savash, Rachel Joseph on position 4. Robert Strine, Leah Lloyd on position 2.
And we've got one more heat after that. So we've got a couple more heats of Jack and Jill, and then we're going to move right into the men's double buck. A lot of sawing yet to come.
Lots of sawing. Then we'll get all these sawing events to May, with the culmination being the hot saw. We'll get those stands out of the way, and then we'll be out here with the axes. Oh yeah. And you asked about my favorite event here, specifically at Boonville every year. Of course, it's always the axe throw. I'm always an axe throw guy. But if I had a close second, it was wholesaling is so much fun. We don't see it a lot of places around the country right now. It's tough to get poles. Huge shout out to the folks at 3P Timber for providing the red pine poles. Those guys make some amazing telephone poles up there. I can guess say up there, just down the road here in Boonville. They're fantastic people. I've sold a lot of logs to them over the years. These are some fantastic poles that we're going to be seeing hitting the ground here at the end of the show today.
And this is a common event in the collegiate range. Don't see it so much.
Yeah, not even in the collegiate anymore. You know, really? Yeah, you don't see it anymore. It is a challenge to find a company to come in, auger out the holes for these athletes, and then put these poles up. But it's something that we used to see at the couple of races at these field days every year. Of course, you see it here every year. We see it in the Masters, Super Masters, and the Freiburg Fair every year. Okay, but that's about it. You're just not seeing it around the countryside. Cherry Springs used to have it when they have a show there. But
Talk about a company. When I was at Paul Smith, we would set this thing pole by hand.
oh,
That
wow.
was the forestry club's job, probably a good month before the meet. Every one of those poles was set by hand.
That's a lot of digging.
And even back in the day when I first started coming to Paul Smith, coming to Boonville as a track worker, every one of these was put in and stamped by people working on the track. It was what we did on Saturday night. Now they got a band and they dance. And we were selling them.
Well, I know here for Boonville, Municipal Commission of Boonville comes down and sets these goals for every single year. So huge shout out to them. And again, of course, 3 Timber, Matt Barr, Lenny Davis, Rick Turk, Matt Chrysler, the Klingland family, Southwick Trucking, with the wood and the preparation for this event here. This is fantastic stuff. Man,
Little New York doesn't get any better, and we got sunshine now. Man, gotta love it. Gotta love it.
How did you get for saying
All right, so we got some good teams out there right now, too. I think these times are responsible people after the practice.
I don't think I've seen the smile fade from Kathleen in a walk. No, she's just always loving a ray of sunlight out there. She's having fun here this weekend.
Notice she was smiling the whole day yesterday as well.
Placing 3 events. Big day for her here yesterday.
Man, she just about dancing when she got done doing that side cut. She was seeing a good cut. She did a whole dance out there in the track. She's loving it. Here we go.
Stand to your timber. 3, 2, 1, go!
All right, here we go. Look at them moving, folks.
Wow.
Done and done. Wow, give them all a big round of applause. I'm just amazed at how evenly these teams are all finishing. Unbelievable. I mean, you've always got the top of the top that's going to finish real quick, and then you'll have a couple of the newer teams that'll take a little bit longer. But every heat we've had, it's like they're all getting done at the same time.
It is. I mean, and Cass Matty had a smoker of a run there on position C, but then we saw LaSalle and Mercier right with him there in the end on A. The rest of the field with him.
It's going to be tight. I can't wait to see these results. It's going to be phenomenal, I think, how close they're going to be. All right, we have 2 teams left to go. We've got Alex Quince and Marlene Herzog on setup C. Mike Slingerland with Mark King on D.
Yeah, we saw Marlene a couple of years ago competing down in the States. She's become quite the competitor, won the Canadian Rookie Series. And we saw Alex compete in that single buck event. He was kind of waving us off like, oh no, don't look at me, no, and then came out and smoked that cut. So we're going to have eyes on here in this one.
All right, following this, we're going to move right into the men's double buck.
And it looks like they're sliding one of the teams down to B instead of C.
I was going to say, it looks like they're getting a little thin on wood here on C. I imagine we're probably going to have a little bit of a hiatus while we switch out some wood before we get into double one. So have we concluded the expo, or are we still looking for people? I'm thinking we might be done. We're good? Nope, not yet. I'm still adding it up. All right. Greg Jones walking back with his axe, so I think he got his frozen. So what's with the little itty-bitty target? I mean, I remember a 4-inch circle down there.
No, I think Boonville notoriously has the smallest bullseye in the game.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. And that's just sorted out. The cream rises to the top with a small bullseye like that. So that's how you really can sort out the field very quickly. But because that small bullseye was like that, we were also having a lot of ties right after that. So they switched up this year, and now they have your practice throw counting as your tiebreaker like that.
I said earlier, yeah.
That would really mess with a guy like me. All right, so it looks like our apples are closed. Starting arc in on position D with Martha King and Mike Slingerland.
All right, there's the call to roll them over. That tells us we are getting very close to this last heat. We've got a couple of Sawyers out there that are going to give it their all. I don't think these guys are going to cause it any.
No, this is definitely going to be a power heat here. His final heat of the Jack and Jill.
Martha King on D. She was our runner-up yesterday in the women's overall. Had a real good day. Call her name a lot.
Stand to your timber. 3, 2, 1, go!
All right, here we go. Oh, yeah,
They're ripping it. Done and done.
Photo finish.
Man, I'm telling you, that's why we don't hit stopwatches anymore, right there. Too close to call. Let's give all our Jack and Jill teams a big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. All right, now the women can relax. Their work is done.
Well, probably one of my favorite additions here this year is now they are selling some of those frosty beverages around the grounds here this year.
We've got a place you can go get some frosty beverages.
Absolutely.
If you're out there right now.
I think some of the Lumber Jills might be partaking in a sacrament here now that their day is complete.
I wouldn't doubt them, and I wouldn't blame them one bit. After the day they had yesterday, and then here, I'll be ready for one definitely.
All right, we're going to the men's double buck up next. Men's double buck in the first heat. We have Max and JP Mercier, Jason Lentz with Richard Jordan, Brad Kittle, Nate Hodges, Matt Koger with Matty Slingerland, Ben Carlson with Chris Savage, and Brad Jones with Donald Lambert.
We'll see if they're getting some wood up for our second heat of the Springboard a little bit later on.
I know if anybody in this one, I've seen all the other athletes in this heat go very fast before. Win this event in multiple shows around the country. The one stand I'm going to be focused on watching in this one is position C right here.
Why is that?
Brad Kittle is partnering up with the Tasmanian Timber Sports devil himself, Nate Hodges.
Okay, wow.
Nate is so fast in everything he does. It's so powerful. It's going to meet this monster here, Brad Kittle, on the other side. Brad's been sawing insanely well.
All right.
We're going to see what these two guys can do against the rest of the stacked field of two-man Sawyers in this. It's going to be fun to watch.
Some tells me we are going to have a lot of times we're going to be quite consistent as well. It's going to be a fun one to watch. These guys are all good natured, but they're serious when they get out here and the shit starts flying.
It is, absolutely. Now, Brad, are you using one of Amsbach's saws there? Yeah, this is a Matt Amsbach saw. He's from down south. He's been filing some of his own saws. He did this saw himself, and then had no idea how he did it. Really? And him and his partner went out. Brad went out to one of the big shows and won a two-man race with it. Went back to Matt and said, dude, we want another one, we want to order another one. He goes, well, I don't know what I really did with that one. It's like, oh boy, that's not a good thing.
So they got a one of a kind.
They've got a one of a kind right now. So this saw absolutely cooked. It's going to be interesting to see how it can do against these Mercier saws out here today.
So these guys are allowed to have a wedger as well in this event.
Absolutely, and you definitely want to have a wedger, unless the wedger's name was Matt Marks back in the Still series,
right.
like 2013, where he had the straw of his WD-40 can out, and he got it too close to the single buck saw, and the Sawyer sucked the straw into the cut and stopped the saw dead. So,
That was probably the last time he was asked to do that.
it 100% was.
He probably volunteered a couple times and guys did not have cover.
You see now most of the athletes out here have those power nozzles on these sprayers.
Right, get rid of that little straw thing,
Yeah. You don't have to worry about that anymore.
You know, I'm amazed though, because these guys are so fast through this wood. I almost don't think you would have time to get a wedge in.
Yeah, and some of these guys don't. I think it still helps.
Okay.
Especially something like this team over here, Matt Covert, Matty Slingerman. They're going to rip this thing off in the 4-second range, roughly in
That's
there.
not much time to get a wedge in.
But I think still that wedge coming to the top does release just enough of that tension on that cookie to make a difference with this elite group of sawyers.
Oh yeah, this is going to be a good heat to watch right here.
Man, I had some nostalgia walking around the grounds. I was able to get out there, check out some of the food vendors, some of the equipment around the grounds. Man, this place just has not changed over the years. What an environment it is here in Boonville every year. It's great to be back, Mark.
Bigger and bigger every year, and they tell me they're going to make it even bigger next year. They've got plans for even more stuff next year.
Jason? Action, JP?
All right, here we go.
Stand to your timber. 3, 2, 1, go!
Look at them thoughts drop, ladies and gentlemen. All right, they beat them over here on G. Give them a big round of applause. These guys did good, but I'll tell you, they got beat by the guys on G.
He was on another level in that heat.
All right, our second heat will have Art Cover Jr. and Alex Storm on A. B will Dave Jewett and Mike Slingerland. C, Trevor Bowdry, Brian McGrave. D, Parker Bogardis, Carter Robard. E, Will Chamberlain, Brian Chipman, Dave Engusser, and Tim Keith on top. We got some top-notch players coming up here.
Yeah, every time you hear Dave Engusser and Tim Keith in this event, you gotta watch out. You watch out. They've won triple-digit races together as partners. Incredible sawyers. Yeah, Brad and Nate pumped up about that cut. It was a good cut.
It was a good cut. They were pumped.
Man, Matt.
But you got to have a phenomenal cut if you're going to win this. Absolutely phenomenal.
Yeah, we're going to get down there and get Matty and Matt's time. But that was cooking.
Well, David was just talking about all the stuff he's seen out here. We want to thank all our craftsmen, artisans, organizations, all our customers for making this year the 79th New York Woodsmen Field Day one of our largest events. And again, I heard rumblings today that next year they plan on making it even bigger. Make Boonville great again. That is the motto right here. Make Boonville great again. I think a lot of events took a hit during the COVID years, but they're building it back. And they're making it bigger and better, definitely. Yes, sir. What do you got?
I'm in absolute shock when I look at this time. Matty Slingerland and Boger in 3.78 seconds.
Wow, that is phenomenal. Give them a big round of applause, folks. Man. You can't do much in under 4 seconds, let alone cut a 16-inch rod.
I've never done anything in 4 seconds.
Okay, so we need the following people to make their way down to the Expo target for throw-off. Dave Jewett, when you get done cutting, head down there. Keith, when you get done sawing, make your way to the Expo. Yeah, you're the only Keith we got out there. He's excited. Donald Lambert, we need you at the Expo target. And Mike Swingerland as well. So you 4 competitors, when you can fit it in. What's that? Oh, we need Jewett out here to cut? All right, Dave Jewett, oh, here he comes. Here he comes.
The human ringlet himself.
Yeah.
Super Dave Jewett.
Dave, when you get done cut, make your way down to the Expo.
I think he was still celebrating the single
I
body.
think so. That's all right. isn't too bad to Jack and Jill either.
Not
Every time it's there.
Tell you what, there's some overall points floating in his direction today.
Yeah, I'm thinking. I think that's what he's dying now, especially if he's going to throw off for the Astros. If he gets a good time here, he's going to be right in there.
I was in the Woodsman's office earlier today, and I saw a picture circa like 1998 of Super Dave Jewett in there celebrating with an overall. How special would that be for him again?
Oh yeah, he's done it quite a few times. I believe it.
98 was a little early. Maybe it was a little after that, but you get what I'm saying.
Oh, yeah.
He looks like a young boy.
Oh yeah. Well, he's been at it quite a few years. Product of Finger Lakes?
Yeah, Finger Lakes.
Yeah. I know a lot of years out here in Boonville, there was a real good representation from that Finger Lakes team.
Yeah, Marty Dodge, the coach
Oh,
there
yeah.
for Finger Lakes. Absolute legend of the sport.
You know, one of the saw makers that you mentioned there.
Well, close to a world record on that, yeah.
Well, Paul Finnegar, I don't think he competes anymore. I know he's been making some stuff, but he's always one of the top 5 competitors out here every year. Phenomenal on the boat. Absolutely phenomenal.
Yeah, that head judge there, another graduate from Finger Lakes, Mr. Andy Schreiner.
Yeah.
We say graduate loosely here. I bet you could have been a doctor at Finger Lakes. That was a 2-year school.
I'm thinking he was hanging in there just so he could be on a rookie team a little longer.
All right, here we go. Next heat is a 2-man cross cut. Here we go.
Stand to your timber. 3, 2, 1, go!
Super game by Springboard. Wow.
Wow! Give him a big round of applause, folks.
The old dog still got it.
Got it. I know we got for time, but he's going to be right up there. He's going to be right up there, man. That was like they were going through air. They looked like they were cutting wood. Phenomenal. Phenomenal for it.
All right, next heat coming up. In the 2-man cross cut, we got Ben Cowell with Zach Pack on 1, Zach Brown, Kurt Grabowski on 2, Ryan Bort, Billy Adams on 3, Ryan Walmsley, Rob Spry on 4. All right, we got our results here of our Jack and Jill cross cut.
Wow. Those are some smoking times right there.
Unbelievable.
I can remember back in the day, that was good for 2-man. Phenomenal for 2-man. All right, again, points down to 10, and we only pay money down to 7. 10th place with a time of 6.12, Richard Jordan and Darcy Rose.
9th place, 6.08 seconds, Brandon and Samantha Graves.
All right, 8th place, 5.93 for 8th place, Dave Engesser and Hannah Quicker.
7th place, 5.79 seconds, Jason and Alicia Lentz.
All right, 6th place, 5.7, Martha King and Mike Slingerland.
In 5th place, 5.6 seconds, Alex Kinsnell and Marlene Herzog.
All right, moving up 4 places, 5.61 seconds, Ben Carlson, C.C. Jones.
In 3rd place, 5.10 seconds, Matt Koger, Kate Witkowski.
All right, just a hair over 5 seconds. We'll basically call it 5 seconds even. Good for 2nd place, Dave Jewett and Kelly Kerrigan.
And then your winners, 4.6 .61 seconds.
Wow.
Max Mercier, Stephanie No. Give
Give
them
them
a
a big
round
round
of
of applause, folks. That is phenomenal. Unbelievable.
Border State smoking.
I remember when those were good times for hot dogs. Right there. Phenomenal. And this goes to show you the talent level.
Ben, c'était pas il était- Hier, il était parfait. Hier, il était parfait. Tu sais, aujourd'hui, le bois, je te dirais, il était plus beau encore.
Ouais, fait que peut-être que justement là, je disais qu'on avait rien, puis là j'ai eu un rip down. Mais j'ai rechecké une vidéo, puis c'était juste
Oui. Non, non, c'était pas super. J'ai senti un petit quelque chose. Mais comme je disais, j'ai compté. La vitesse, c'est pas ça.
Stand to your timber. 3, 2, 1, go!
All right, here we go. Man, those songs are flying. What a race between C and D.
Unbelievable. Give them a big round of applause, folks. Man, that is
Mais on s'est tous relevés, puis il était tout encore
all right, so now we're going to change things up a little bit, a little smaller wood. Let's get it some cuts.
Yeah, this is one of the biggest bow saw races in the world. So, 2 cuts on 12-inch rounds is a big, big race in the bow saw. I have seen many hands absolutely crushed by that frame finishing on these big 12-inch logs in this race. Because you got to put all that weight on that little tiny blade and just hammer through these things quick. So I was famous for it. A lot of you, oh my lord, every single time I'd smash my hands. Thankfully, I never did the hot saw race after this, so I had a chance to go and ice it between this and the chopping events. But if you don't bend that frame out a little bit on that finish, every single time you're going to smash your knuckles on this unless you got one of those big, big frames.
how important is it that trans from the first cut to the second cut?
It's everything. It's everything in this race. You want to have a quick cut, but you also have to have a straight cut. And if you set that cut off a little bit, and you bow that saw going in, you're going to fight that saw, and you're going to fight that wood all the way through the second cut. You see this guy right here, Matt Butler, he's wearing it down right now. He's on a snack to have about the bow saw over the last couple of years.
All right, we're looking for Trevor Bowdry on A. Angel C, on B, Parker Burger.
I'm pretty excited to see the Australian bow saw champion, Dan Beats, out of here. He's trying to take that title for the school years past.
All right, so we got just a minute here. We're going to move around a little bit.
Yeah, let the crowd see it, you know? We've got a big grandstand here, a lot of people out here enjoying. What do they think is here? Let them see the bow saw.
So we've got Book Boy, 4 each the bow saw. Then we're right into our second heat of Springboard. And we're going to turn the heat up a little bit in the hot saw.
I love the hot
So
saw.
I think everybody does. I don't think there's a person out there that doesn't enjoy seeing a motorcycle tumble.
You know, I've had a saying over the years that there ain't no saw like the bow saw. I mean that. These bow saws are extremely fast. They're extremely technical pieces of equipment. The super thin plate of these saws, these little tiny saws. You used to be able to buy these in a hardware store. You buy yourself one of these 42-inch blades with these frames. It cost you like maybe 40, 50 bucks for a saw back in the old days. Now, multiply that by 10. You're talking about $500 for one of these blades that are custom filed by either Donald Lambert, J.P. Mercier, Paul Finnegar, one of those guys. And then these frames, you can still pick these frames up at some of those antique stores around, but otherwise you're going to spend 150 to 250 bucks
Just for the frame.
just for the frame. And I'm telling you, the frame is just as important as this as the blade. Why is that? Because you have to keep tension on these blades. If you don't have tension, it's going to wave in the log, and you're not going to be able to create a nice straight cut.
They almost, you look at them, they almost look like a mini cross-cut blade out there on the boat.
Yeah, these are like micro crosscut blades, yeah. They take just as long to make though. If you ask any of the saw filers out there, really, they are very, very technical. There's just as many teeth on them, they're just little, tiny little baby teeth though.
Okay.
The Northeast is one of the only places in the world that does bow saw races. Really, this is an event that is just made famous here in the Northeast. This is the biggest bow saw race, I would say, in the world here every year.
Well, this is for a dragon race. You can win that, you're fixing to the top 5.
You win this one, you are the top dog.
Okay, that's good. That's good to know. Well, we're all going to give it their best shot, that's for sure. Well, who was it you were saying was sending the pictures to the bow saw?
Matt Coger told me this week he had an epiphany in the bow saw. An epiphany. And now he's trying to undersell it.
Cracking a little bit on it, okay.
I know, he's one of those guys. He was always I'm going to borrow somebody's equipment for years and years and years, and that's the best equipment you can have is borrowed equipment. Yeah. So we always borrow my saw and then go out and beat it with it. Again, it's built for comfort, not for speed. He's an athlete. Yeah.
All right. Should have Trevor Mulgrew on A, Daniel Beach on B, Parker Bogers on C, Ben Colbert on B, Richard Jordan on D, Dave Jewett down on F.
Super Dave got second in the axe throw, too. Wow. Mike Linderman will get third. Richard Jordan, you are up in the bow saw. They're back putting those crosscut saws away. We'll only call his name one more time. I know the judge. You get ornery if you're not up here on your stand ready to go.
Got little room for that. Yep. All right, then we're looking for Richard Jordan on setup E. Well, this is tough too. Because getting ready for that. Richard Jordan up in the bow saw. George's going to be on setup F in the last heat.
We just saw the head judge go down there and barge into the athlete tents for Richard. Usually, if the judge's face is as red as the Kool-Aid man, you know it's a bad time. Good. And he's calling him down. He's telling him, nope, I guess you're not cutting in this one, buddy. Here we go.
Stand to your timber. 3, 2, 1, go!
Trevor!
Come on, Trevor!
All right, they are moving.
Come on, Trevor!
One, done. A and B, just about neck and neck.
Yeah, Matt staying up with Trevor. Trevor pulling away now, though, on A. I say
I
that.
tell you, he lost a little bit towards the end there.
Matt took the heat from Trevor.
All right, give them all a nice round of applause. Yeah, it looked like Trevor had it, and for some reason, it seemed like he slowed down those last 2 or 3 pulls.
Well, I'm going to give a huge shout out there to Mr. Beams there on position 2. Now, he is the reigning and defending Australian bow saw champion, the only one here to claim it. So, big round of applause for him. This is an event they definitely do not do in Australia. 100% do not do this event in Australia. All right, next heat coming up. We got Will Chamberlain, Ben Carlson, Jason Lentz, Brad Jones, Max Mercier, and Brandon Graves getting set up. All right, two-man cross-cut results.
All right, we got the results. 10th place with a time of 5:40 down in Lambert. Oh, sorry, down in Lambert and Brandon Jones.
In ninth place, 5.19 seconds, Ryan Bort, Billy Adams.
All right, Dakota Robards and Arthur Bogartis take 8th place, 5.17 seconds.
In seventh place, 5.16, Arden Coker Jr. with Alex Storm.
All right, good for 6th place, 5.15. We're talking hundredths of a second here. Rob Spry and Kyle Heitman.
In fifth place, 4.98 seconds, Jason Lentz, Richard Jordan.
Wow, okay, 4.91, J.P. Mercier and Max Mercier. Good for 4th place.
In third place, 4.80 seconds, Super Dave Hewitt and Mike Cleveland.
All right, 2nd place with 4.75, a phenomenal time, Nate Hodges and Brad Kittle.
And in first place, 3.78 seconds, Matt Koger, Matty Slingerland. Give him a big round of applause
for him. Wow. Below 4 seconds, that is phenomenal.
You know, and it really is crazy how far ahead Matty and Matt were than Brad and Nate. I didn't know where Brad and Nate were going to end up being, but to be faster than Super Dave and Mike and then Max and JP, that really shows it.
Right there.
That is an incredible cut for those guys. It's their first time sawing together.
So basically, if you were over 5.2 seconds, you weren't even in the money.
That's
Over
insane.
5.2 seconds, thanks very much, but you don't make any money. That's crazy. That is phenomenal.
All right, there's Super Dave. That collar's still up. He's having a good day.
Yeah, he's right in there. 2nd, 3rd.
We're going to have to get some custom shirts made up. Power of the Collar, Super Dave Joel.
That sounds good. I'll come over here next year at the concession stand.
Absolutely.
Yeah, he's quietly staying right in there. Giving them all a run for their money. All right, since we're switching a little wood out here, so that takes a little bit.
You know who's having a sneaky day points-wise right now, though, is Cody Robards.
Yeah, he's been right in there as well.
Having a sneaky points day right now.
Yeah, we mentioned him several times in the top 4 or 5. No, sometimes that's what it takes. You don't need to be first or second. 3 or 4th in every event. You got a good shot at the overall, 100%. All right, you got some guys out here that can make that move for sure.
Now, Brad Jones, absolute stud at the bone saw. He's on position B here. And then we've got, of course, Max Mercier down here on E.
Guys alive right there. You're on that. Don't forget Jason Lentz. You're on
Stand to your timber. 3, 2, 1, go!
all right, here we go. Look there, Mercier going, man. That thing is eating the wood. He's done, already on his 2nd cut. Uh-oh, little hiccup there starting. Let's see if he can make up for it.
And look at Carlson. Carlson's got a great cut going there on position B. Mercier. Will take the heat, followed by Jones and Carlson. Glenn's fighting for those overall points, getting into the bottom. And there it is.
All right, give them all a big round of applause, folks. 2 cuts on 12 inches, that's not a walk in the park.
No, you're definitely out of breath after that one. If you have not the peak athleticism that some of these athletes have, I was always one of those guys. It took me like 18 to 19 seconds to finish that 2-cut rail. I was always gassed. I was like, how can you be this gassed after 18 seconds? That's how.
Oh yeah, right there. Yep, you are working, you are working. Want to remind our contestants, if you get a chance, please come up put your boats in for the Mitch Hogarth Sportsmanship Award. We like to get those boats in as early as possible. I know you guys are busy. We have the ballots right up here. So please get your boats in for the Mitch Hogarth Sportsmanship Award.
All right, so next heat getting set up. We've got, man, that guy.
That's the guy right
That's
there.
the guy right there. Donald Lambert.
And look who's right next to him.
The other guy,
Right.
JP Mercier.
All right, man. Two legends in the boat club.
And Kyle Heitman on position 3. Brad Kittle on 4. Ben Minkow on position 5. Dave Engasser on position 6.
Well, Dave's no slouch when it comes to the bow saw either. He's another guy that likes to sneak in there. He lets the big dogs do their thing, and then he just quietly comes in second or third all the time.
He loves these 2-cut races too.
Yep.
He gets dialed in these big races like
Oh,
this. I love the technique. Watch stand A in this one, Donald Lambert. Donald puts so much weight on this frame. His back foot practically just tiptoes on the ground in this one. He's standing on this frame so hard. It's a lot of fun to watch the technique down there from the Canadian.
He looks absolutely smooth doing it. You watch him, he just looks like he was born with that bow saw in his hand.
JP Mercier as well on position 2. 69 years old.
You don't suppose those two rip each other a little bit on the bow saw, do you?
I think they keep it cordial, 100%.
Yeah, I saw that. What happened? Will bounce? Okay, yeah, I saw that. There's, yeah. Well, I told you, you made good time though. Let's hope it holds up. Yep. You made up for it once you got into the wood. Well, we'll see. Notice the piece of wood, he had a little hiccup going into that second cut, and both branches the second today to make a big difference.
Well, yeah, and they were so smart. And after the first couple strokes, he said, nope, I'm going to cut out. I need to reset this thing and go. But still to come off first and he's doing that, show that.
Good. There you go. When he do enough that that first one was going to be trouble. All right, so yep, Donald Lambert, JT Mercier on B, looking for Kyle Heitman on C, Brad Kittle on D, Ben Minkow on D, and Dave Engesser down on E. I'm sorry, Dave Engesser on F. Kyle, scratch for today or just this event? For today?
Means there's wood left on that stand. Mark, you want to give it a go?
No, thank you. Man's gotta know his limitations. I was never good at the bow saw. Ever.
I know this guy on D went to the Andy Schreiner School of Sawing, Bradley Kittle. We're going to see what he can dial in here in this bow sawing event.
Stand to your timber. 3, 2, 1, go!
All right, here we go.
Look at those dogs dropping. Lambert and Mercier just about starting their second cut.
Load up that, load!
It's going to be close. Cheer them on, folks.
I don't think I need to look over there, Andy. I was looking at Donald Lambert the whole time. He absolutely crushed that cut. Looks like he had to baby it a little bit at the bottom. It's getting a little thin, but
He
man.
made it work. He made it work. All right, we still got one guy out here going at it. Let's help him out, folks.
Yeah, let's hear a big howl for him. Ben Minkow finishing things up on E.
All right. Next heat, we're looking for Dakota Robart on D. Alex, how are we saying that?
Canal.
Alex Canal.
You want me to scratch
Eric
it?
Piazza on C. Alex Storm on D. Matt Soinderlin on E. Dave Hewitt down on F.
scratching the bow saw because he's in the first seat or the next seat of the tree. All right. Bold strategy, Cotton. I get that. Maddie's saying, you know what? I may not be a world-class bow sawyer. I am a world-class springboard cutter.
See that energy for it's gonna matter most.
Absolutely. You know he's got to chase
You need
Cobra's
water?
time of 56 seconds. He can do it.
Oh yeah, definitely. Oh yeah, I've seen him do it before. He's right up there when it comes to the springboard, no doubt.
Now here's a question. Can the Gills win the sportsmanship award on Men's Day or no?
I don't think so, but I don't know.
I don't know. Cat Slingerland I might throw up there in the running for.
Yeah,
I was thinking
Shaking
there.
her head no, but I think so. She's just been a ray of sunshine every time I see her, smiling from ear to ear. Alright, clear the track, and we gotta have the area cleared, especially for our video timer.
All right, here we go. Super Dave. Phenomenal bow sawyer as well.
Stands to your timber. 3, 2, 1, go!
He's fighting for it.
He's looking at it, he's going.
Look at Canal. Canal broke the cookie. Still finished nice and clean though on B.
Do it, going, it's now gonna be close. Who's gonna get it? Do it, done. You know, the right about a photo finish right there, folks.
It looked like Canal was anticipating the finish at the bottom. And that was enough for Super Dave to maybe just squeak by him. We will see what the times are. Give these athletes a big round of applause. Great racing in the bow saw.
All right, that moves us into the next heat of the springboard. This is our second and final heat. And then following this, that's where things are going to get loud and crazy. We're going to go into the hot saw.
Yeah, we've got 6 heats of hot sawyers to get to.
That's a lot of noise.
That is a lot of noise, and that is a lot of money.
Yeah.
And equipment is coming up here.
Springboard.
This springboard event first, though, we've got another 10 athletes up ready to roll. For the springboard, setting up, we've got Maddie Slingerland on position 1. Billy Hammond on position 2. rotary walking out. This has comes off, this saw himself, and saw named Candy. Okay. Yeah, it was named by somebody else. I call it my little pony. Oh, okay, where did I go out the colors? Yeah. And look that song himself. He used to have chants that have that song.
Before the hot dog begins, we'll have all the competitors bring their pods down the end of the track. They get 5 minutes, and start and form up. If you got small children or you're in the first couple of rows, you're going to definitely want to stick fingers or get some fingers protection. Because it's loud and it will hurt if you don't get your protection in. We're all the way up here on the stage, and I'll put your bottom in before each one of these people.
Hey, some of the athletes up there, planted wedges in the bases of these trees. And it's rained here. These trees have kind of settled a little bit. They're kind of shaking, so they make sure those trees are going to stay put for them. They start to climb these things. That's the worst. I couldn't imagine something worse than climbing up the tree and then have to start wobbling. I had the tree actually start to wobble on me. Yeah.
I've noticed too over the years that the athletes that are very good at this, usually about 4 hits, they're at first class. More hits than they're not.
Yeah, and you know what? So I think so many athletes get stuck in that mentality that it's got to be 4 and go. Okay, it should be 4. Is it good enough to go? Okay. Yeah, if it's not good enough, you better take a couple more because you're probably going to have to come down and fix it again if it isn't good enough. So make sure that you are chopping to your pay grade in this event. Otherwise, you're going to be penalized for each time I have to come down and fix it again.
Looks like we've got all our competitors out there, ready to go. So how tough is it when it's time to run in a draw or whatever? You end up having to do an event like this and going in.
So, especially the Springboard, I mean, this is the best. You guys have a little bit of endurance. You guys have to jump He skipped the boats on purpose for this one because he's going to be all gas, no brakes, and watch him when he switches to the backside. He's just as strong as an alternate cutter as he is his strong hand.
Daddy,
Over time, could be a couple.
Daddy's about to go. You want to turn on?
Yeah, I know you told me this one. I still don't know.
Sometimes they gotta go all out. Pretty good.
And then you're like,
Send to your timber. 3, 2, 1, go!
Go, Maddie! Let's go! Let's go, Dad!
Here comes Mr. B, making the jump.
Let's go!
Making the jump and saying, nope. I'm going to have to go back and take a couple extra hits.
Let's go, Dad! Sorry, Max. Let's go, Maddie! Push yourself, let's go! Come on, Maddie! Let's go! Let's go, keep moving! Move! Keep going, pick it up! Let's go! Let's go! Let's go!
There we go. He got the tree up. Beautiful up there. J and G finishing it up.
no foul, I think.
All right, there's the time of it. Off to that two there. Keep cheering on, folks. They can use it up there. One big log is top of this tree is the one I wrote. Big log. Get that close to the good one here. Keep that back up there on E. Keep your set of jump and fire hits, but go from the front to the back, back to the front again, finish on up there. Right in front of the time limit, you always got to think out the clock. Right, right after the whistle. All right, time limit up, choppers, chop. Give them all a big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. And, you're talking about maybe pointer length, and I was talking to you about the dog hand. A lot of these guys, they'll got 99%. Look like he's over 4.3 before he came around. Yeah, and that's because he's so confident that he pushes in. It is truly an advantage to be that confident with your offhand. Because there's so many guys who are usually two witnesses, I feel like Sullivan, and I'm glad you he always did that slashing test, but after that, because he didn't have that confidence to take it up there. But Contestant, please bring your saws down to the track for our 5 minute match start again. The warner is going to be looking up in your ears and up in your ears because you got no children because these saws are going to be loud, especially with that many of them running at one time. So they'll have 5 minutes. They may not. They have 5 minutes. Then when they come out of the game, they get 1 minute. Okay, 1 minute when they get out of their stand. Yeah, so that's the official minute. Race ready in this event. It's so important. You gotta be able to get up there, have the confidence yourself to pull over, re-wrap that recoil, and then go through the launch sequence, getting ready to engage these logs. Because these are 16-inch logs. I'm telling you, if you blink, you're in this race. It is absolutely incredible. I remember how fast they would go back in the day for 20. Now it's 60 inches. Hang on and let her rest. Hang on and let her rest. Look at the sides and some of those are.
All right, I'm going to go online here to lumberjackandjill.com and check what the record was in that 12-inch Springboard. Huge shout out to Max Mercier for keeping the records on lumberjackandjill.com. I don't want him to know where my location is though, so say no to that. All right, we're going to go in here. And this is such an intuitive website that he runs here. Go in there, has all the events laid right out. Just click on Men's Springboard. And it's loading. Who runs this? Max Mercier does. Okay, Max Mercier, great. Of course, my phone is not happy, reacting. All right, then. Oh, he said you need a Canadian phone to access it. Of course I do. Listen, we're putting a tariff on this internet now, buddy. Dueling phone. Oh, here we go. Maybe I've got it. I think I got it first. 12-inch round white pine. Maddie wasn't close. Okay. That record was set by David Goldsad back in the year 2000 at 45.59. Maddie cut that log in just over 54 seconds. Man, that's still moving. Still moving. Sink into these saws. Talking to Matt Koger about his, he's got a carbon fiber frame on his DC motor. It's a 330 in size, 330 cc's. I think every time actually you say over 300 cc's, you got to do the Tim the Toolman Taylor when you're talking about it. But his saw, carbon fiber frame, weighs about 54 pounds now. Oh, that's light. And he's racing a 404 high tube chain. And all these guys, it's so funny. When you talk to hot sawyers, it's just like talking to fishermen. Right. Or talking to, I know something in the logging industry that a lot of people can really relate to in these parts is ginseng. You never talk about where you found ginseng in the fall. You never talk about who filed your chain, what kind of chain you're racing, what kind of fuel you're racing with hot saw racing, because it's always an advantage. Hot sawyers are the biggest manipulators out there for telling you what they're racing and who might have done what to their saws. Take it with a grain of salt. Oh, 100%. Take it with a grain of salt because probably down the rabbit hole you don't want to go. I was interviewing all these guys, a lot of these guys, before the hot saw showdowns for Steel Timber Sports this year. We did a race in Virginia Beach and in Milwaukee We saw Maddie Sling win the one in Virginia Beach. Josh Wilson did not appear this year, win the one in Milwaukee this year. And that was fantastic racing, but talking to these guys, it was one of those things, it's like, all right, are they telling me the whole truth of these saws or not?
Probably not.
All right, looks like the judge just gave us we're just about ready to start this warm-up. And I know one of the interesting athletes you see over there getting ready to warm up in this open hot saw race is Samantha Graves.
That's right, yeah. Well, they're trying to get that for the women's event. I think they're looking to try and get that next year.
Correct. In the first piece of hot saw, the Brandon Graves, Trevor Beaudry, stands 3 will be empty, stands 4 will have colleges, 5 will be why they took 5 minutes to get warmed up, they got these laws tuned up to the weather here in upstate New York. And they're going to be either fattening up their saw or leaning it out a little bit, depending on what they're hearing on that motor when they're revving it up. Now, some of the guys out there that are new to this may not have that knowledge, so it's kind of like a guessing game, a roll of the dice, you know, which is crazy to me. $10,000 in a hot saw, and you're rolling the dice. What are you doing here?
You better know what you got to do, yeah. That's a lot of money to roll the dice.
Nate is the current world record holder in this event, world champion, won the world championships in Hayward, Wisconsin this year. Nate, talk to me a little bit about this hot saw you brought here to race this weekend.
Oh yeah, these hot saws are pretty cool. It's crazy to imagine we're basically just holding a hopped up dirt bike in our hands trying to cut logs. And that's what everybody's running here. It's either snowmobile or dirt bike engines that have been modified way beyond what they were when they were stock. It takes a lot of time to get used to that. Trust me, running a regular chainsaw and running one of these was quite the learning curve. But
Yeah, mine's a 460 cc, ported, polished, you know, as much power as I can get out of it, and yeah, it's either going to go really good, you know, sometimes it goes really bad. We're going to hope it goes good today. You know, the judge just looks up to the sky at the same time I can look at the judge. See what happens with that. Now, he was 400. This one's a new one. You know, it's got 30 more cc's than the world record saw. Yeah, it's got a little bit more power. It's a little bit lighter, believe it or not. Just because there's more cc's doesn't mean it's heavier. So that's been a big question with everybody is how is it so light? But big shout out to Lawrence O'Toole down in Australia. Put a lot of time and effort into the parts and pieces when it came to that hot ball. All right, buddy, I'll let you dial in down there. Good luck. You're reigning world champion. It's gonna be fun to watch him racing on 16. Exactly, man. You're saying this is not the saw you broke the world record. This is not the saw you broke the record in. We were talking back in Milwaukee when I interviewed him there, and he said that saw that he had that he broke the record with was violent, and it shook on him a little bit. His crank and his timing was a little unbalanced. So the saw was super challenging to hold on to. It just rattled you to your core. This saw, yeah, that was just a duck. This saw is a lot smoother. Okay. Balance is different. And time, this thing is deep. Okay. Are we having fun? I know Matt just sighed. It was the biggest sigh I've ever seen him. It's raining again. That kind of year. That kind of year. All right, the judge just called it for 10 minutes for that storm. There's lightning on the horizon, so they're going to call it. Give it a 10-minute break. Safety for the crowd, for the athletes. So take cover as the ball goes over. Once you see that lightning, you got to start bringing it up, taking cover. All right, so we're taking cover. But I got to come to some of the athletes up here so we can talk about some more saws while you guys are still enjoying the coverage of the stands. I got Jason Lenz here. We saw Jason Lenz win the PA Lumberjack Championships just a couple of weeks ago down in Shellsburg, Pennsylvania. Jason, what are you racing for saw here today, buddy?
It's a 330cc built by Jerry Gingrich.
All right, and this saw, after you got done racing, you shouted something to the crowd. What do you have to say?
My chains are the fastest.
Your chains are the fastest. So you now are doing all of your own chains? You don't have anybody else helping you with it?
Yeah, just me.
Now what is that, a 404 high tooth or half inch?
Yeah, 404 high tooth, produced by Steel.
Cool, and I see this, you're lettered right up, buddy. Tell me a little bit about your sponsor here that you're rocking here.
Dynamic Green Products. It's a soy-based biodegradable bar oil. They make great lubrication, bar oil, hydraulic fluid, anything bio. Yeah, great for the planet and great for our sport.
Absolutely, buddy. All right, good luck in the hot saw here today. All right, coming up here with Maddie Slingerland on the stage now. Maddie was the inaugural winner of the Hot Saw Showdown here back earlier this spring in Virginia Beach. Maddie, what are you racing for a hot saw, buddy?
Honda 330cc. Similar to Jason's. Same guy made it, and yeah, we've been running pretty close to each other ever since.
Yeah, it always seems like you are so quick to the wood, almost Mr. Automatic at this point in the hot saw racing. What does it take to be a great hot saw racer, Maddie?
Yeah, I think some of it's a little bit of instinct, but just a lot of training. I think people underestimate maybe the amount that I actually have trained, at least in the last 6 years, to be good with this saw. So I keep the same saw, keep everything consistent, but you just have to have kind of that natural instinct off the wood and the switches to be top level.
Absolutely, man. Now I know Boonville means something special to you and your family. You know, who'd you like to shout out there here? I know this is almost like a homecoming for you.
Yeah, I've been coming since I was probably 2 months old. I've competed as a junior over there, starting at 8. So yeah, this is like a hometown show for me, even though I travel 14 hours these days to get here. But everybody that's supporting us, thanks. You guys are what makes this show great. So we couldn't thank you guys enough for being out here.
All right, Maddie, good luck here in the hot saw. All right, so the judge is keeping his eye on the map. I know it's that rain is slowed down, but they're still seeing some of those thunder boomers on the horizon, so they're going to let those get past. Safety first here every year. Well, this isn't our first stoppage over the years here, Mark.
Well, for sure. I know one year right about this before the job and it all let loose and basically they had to call the whole show. I think by the time they were done they got 6 inches of rain out of that storm.
That was incredible.
This infield here was just one big lake. All right, head judge says we're ready to rock and roll again, so let's bring them out.
Bring them out, bring them out.
All right, again, in our first heat, we're going to have Brandon Gaze on setup A. Trevor Moultrie on B. C will be open. Nate Hodges on D. Jason Lentz on E. Jack Peck on F. Again, I want to remind everybody, some earplugs or something, because these things get loud.
I love that. That's the judge that wants to get things done right there. He said, yep, that storm has passed us already. We are getting ready for racing. Now, I was going to go in and look at a world record time in this one because with these guys anywhere, with these kind of saws, Maddie's already telling me what it is. That's not according to my sources. He says it's 3999. No. Yes, you are right. Look at that.
He knows what he's chasing.
Acton Fair in Maine from a dead start in 2016. 3.99.
That's flying. That's about 3 points and you're done. That is flying.
The other one that
sunshine coming down. All right.
The other one that Mercier has on the site that confused me was from a different starting cadence or whatever next to it. Was Rick Halverson at 4.32. That's a huge difference.
Yeah, big difference.
Yeah, Maddie's like, I'm already beating that. He's chasing 3.99 now, and so is Nate Hodges there on position D.
Well, he was down there. What's the purpose of this tether that he's put down?
Well, you're not allowed to throw your Polestar cord across the arena. You're not allowed to hit any of your other athletes with it, anything like that. So they mandate that you have to have that tether to your pull cord so it stays right there at your station when you pull that thing over. And it's also a good thing in case your saw doesn't start.
Quicker to find it.
Yeah, because I used to have a distance throwing contest when I was practicing in the hot saw and see how far I could throw that thing. But
all right, first heat. We've got Brandon Graves on A, Trevor Beaudry on B. C is open. Nate Hodges on D, Jason Lentz on E, Zach Peck on F. Now, folks, this is your warning. Those saws were loud in the warm-ups. They're going to be even louder in the wood. So if you've got sensitive hearing out there, plug those ears. It's about to get loud up in here. We're going to have a 1-minute warm-up on their stands. They'll put the hands on the wood. We'll hear the whistle from the judge, the stand to your timber, the 3, 2, 1, go. And then it'll be a 3-cut race inside of 6 inches of wood.
you gotta have 3 complete discs to get time. If you have an incomplete disc, what would left over, you can go back and make another cut, but do not cut over that judge's line.
1 minute, warm them up.
That's what you want to hear right there. All the saws ripping right to life,
Shutting them down. That means they're ready to go.
so many times after a little bit of a delay, you might hear bup, 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 bup. And that is the most frustrating noise for hot sawing in the world is bup, 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 bup. All right, some big saws in this one. Biggest 460 cc's on stand D for the world champion.
Hands on the wood.
Here we go.
Stand to your timber. 3, 2, 1, go!
That's why he's the world champion right there, man. He ripped through that piece.
Dear, what did we just watch on D?
Wow, man. That's about as fast as you can move. I'm not trying to move my hands that fast, let alone come with that fast.
I know on stand A, there was a lot of bugs repellent being made down there for Brandon Graves. A lot of smoke. We'll see what these times are. The judge is now going to go down and make sure there's complete cookies and that they've got those cuts inside that 6-inch line.
All right, our next heat will have Ellen Storm on 2, Matt Swingerland on B, Art Kogar on C, Zach Brown on D, Coda Robards on E, Matt Kogar on F, Ellen Storm on A.
And I know I got to go see what that time was from Hodges. That was
cooking. I mean, I've seen a lot of hot saw races, but that was even faster my liking, man. He was moving.
well. Nate Hodges' official time in the first heat of the hot saw here this year is a new record. 3.89 seconds.
Amen. How about it? Nice job, Mr. Hodges. Woo! So that saw change paid off for him. I can remember when 5 was something that you went, wow. Now that's probably barely going to get you in the money.
You know what's crazy too is he's going to look back at that cut and he's going to go, man, I could have gone faster.
Right, he's going to see things change. He was moving.
He was absolutely moving, but still, like, it sounded like he burped the saw between each cut. He comes back up, but those are nanoseconds in between.
That ends up, yep.
I think you give him another go on that, I think he might be able to do it even faster. That's incredible.
He said he felt kind of slow. Wow. Man.
That's how you know you're going fast, though. When something like that feels slow and you're like, oh my.
Stopwatches don't lie, though. Right? Video.
Yeah, video don't lie. Stopwatches lie. Video don't lie.
New world record, at least for now. We got a couple guys that are going to try to beat that. They got their work cut out for them, I'm telling you.
Yeah, Maddie slings now. Yeah, I love that just happened because now there's even more go for Maddie Slinger.
Yeah, Maddie's like, all right, I'm really putting it through now. No holding back.
pedal to the metal.
Yeah, he knew what the record was from Jerry before we even looked it up.
Right.
Now he really knows.
Yep. Alex, you ready?
All right, heat 2, here we go. That saw backfire down there on his first pull. Now he's scrambling. There it goes. This saw sounded a little weird though. Sounds a little weird. All right, they're going to use the rest of this time to rewrap those recoils, measure out how far that saw is away from the stand so they don't have to think about it. When they hear it go, they can just use the muscle memory to reach down, pull that saw over, and just wave it at these 16-inch white pine logs. Here's the race, here we go.
Stand to your timber. 3, 2, 1, go!
I'll tell you, that saw down there might have sounded a little funny, but it didn't waste any time cutting wood.
I was watching there, I was watching Matty Sling. Looked like he actually killed his saw on the first cut. Came down, he had to re-rev it up to finish that thing off. Cost him a lot of time there at the beginning of that race. But give our athletes a big round of applause. What a race!
I was watching Matt Bogart, and man, I tell you, he was moving.
Well, we'll get down there with Katie. We'll see what his time was.
All right, next up, we're going to have on setup A, Billy Adams, down up there on B, Ryan Schuckman on C, Will Chamberlain on D, Angel B on E, Mike Slingerland on F.
Okay. They said the cuts were all good in that heat.
Usually every year we have at least half the field or a third of the field would not be able to get those cuts in the 6 inches. And then some years, half of them wouldn't start. The question of some years if the chainsaw ran, you were in the money.
You know how fast it felt like Matt? It was still way behind Hodges. 4.2 seconds for Matt Cover.
Wow. And still more, that's a great time, but that's not even pick one hot.
Incredible. Absolutely incredible. All right, this is that guy we were talking about earlier, built his own hot saw. Brian Schuckneck there.
All right, we'll keep an eye on him on setup C.
If you want a hot saw, he is taking orders. See, this has always been a love-hate with me and Brian because he started his company, BS Lumberjack Equipment, a few years back. Brian Schuckneck Lumberjack Equipment. And now he's progressed from building axe boxes all the way into hot saws. So it was a surprise to him when I just told him he's taking orders on hot saws, but that's how axe boxes was too, buddy.
That's right.
He's sold over now 150 axe boxes now to date.
Amen. Good for that.
Tells you how many athletes are out there, how many axes there are.
Well, let's see how he does. So this will be a good promotion right here. If he can get a good run with this saw, I'm sure that's going to keep a lot of interest.
All right, I'm excited to watch Ken Beans over here on E running this hot saw. With Mike Slingerland. Sling's got a mate to his son Matty's saw. He's got another Gingras motor down there.
Mike's one of those guys you can never count out this event. He always manages to sneak in there. Yep, never count him out. Still got Dave Jewett has yet to go, so.
Yeah, but I don't know if somebody sequestered his collar or not, but the collar's down right now. Oh, he's like,
There you go. He got it up.
He's back.
None of these guys are superstitious or nothing, right?
All right. This is going to be a good heat here. Alex Storm, one of 8 Americans to cut sub 5 seconds in this event.
30 seconds.
He's in this heat. It's going to be some good racing. I'm excited to see what Shupnek can do here on position C. Every time I put pressure on him, though,
15 seconds.
it's kind of like,
Right.
we're going to build him up here.
Hands on the wood.
All right, plug those ears. Here we go.
Stand to your timber. 3, 2, 1, go!
Good cut down here. Looks like one might be a little thin. A couple of people here, I think there's 5. Yeah.
Rapid recoils. Daniel's saying nope. She ain't gonna go. Give our athletes another big round of applause.
That's a tough race.
This is why, over the years, we've seen hot saws fly off the Hayward, Wisconsin, into the pond before.
Okay, they just got it.
It is so frustrating when the $10,000 piece of equipment will not start.
All right, yeah.
Oh,
So looks like your man down here did pretty good. One cut looked a little thin.
he had to go back and get a 4th.
Okay.
He did.
It's
It
good.
is a good cut,
Okay.
but he had to do 3.5.
I saw that come off and I was like, man, that is cutting it close. Yeah.
All right, so I'm still going to say 3.5.
Yeah.
Is today.
All right, we got another heat yet to come here. Oh my God, man. All right, next up we have. All right, heat 4, we have Dave Engasser on A, Brian Wemsley on B, Richard George on C, Brad Jones on D, Dave Jewett on E, and Fred Kittle on D. We noticed Jewett got the collar up, so he's ready to go.
Well, he's been cranking with his hot saw as of late, so he's got to be feeling pretty good.
Don't sell Dave Engasser short either. He's no slouch when it comes to the hot saw. He always somehow manages to sneak in there.
Well, he's got that big Hiltz built motor over there. Ken Hiltz up in Canada built that motor for him on position A. That thing is a rocket ship.
Yep. They're moving a little wood around, so while they're doing that, let's give the people some results here. All right, from the men's bow saw, with a time of 20.40, 10th place goes to Brad Kittle.
All right, in 9th place, 20.25 seconds, Cody Robarge.
All right, Alex Kellnell had a time of 19.13, good 19.16.
In 7th place, 7th place, 19.13, Dave Engasser.
All right, then we go up to 6th place, Dave Jewett, 18.91.
In 5th place, 18.76, Trevor Beaudry.
All right, 4th place, 17.62, Max Mercier.
In third place, 17.20, his father, J.P. Mercier.
All right, and just ahead of him with 16, wow, look at that. 16.77, good for second place, Donald and Fair.
And Matt Koger asked me if that looked like a good Bosaw run. I'm thinking it was a good Bosaw run, Matt. 16.76 seconds. Your winner of the Bosaw, Matt Koger. That one will go on the mantle. He's pumped about that.
But if you look at that, that's 100th of a second between first and second place. That's why we go to the video time. 100th of a second between first and second place. All right, we also have the results from the Springboard, 10th place, 2 minutes, 19 seconds, Richard Jordan.
1 minute 58 seconds, Kirk Karbowski.
All right, 8th place, 1 minute, 53 seconds, Dominic Ruckle.
In 7th place, 1 minute 45 seconds, Brad Jones.
All right, 6th place, Alex Storm with a time of 1.25.
In 5th place, 1 minute 15, Cody Robarge.
All right, Jason Wentz took 4th place, 1 minute, 9 seconds.
3rd place, 56.69 seconds, Nate Hodges.
All right, 2nd place, 56.0.
And your winner of the Springboard, 64.8 seconds, Matty Slingerland.
All right, nice job, Matty.
Woo! I tell you what, it is going to be a tough day for these guys to beat Matt Koger in the overall. If he's winning the Bosaw.
Right, yeah, you got that right.
Oh, man. That used to be the event some guys could catch up in. Oh, not this year.
This year, no. No, all right, Hewitt's going to give it a run here in the hot saw, though. He's had a pretty good day today. He's been right up there.
Why does this look like a Mattel's Kids saw down there on stand F for Brad Kittle? Jeez, that is a big, big guy.
Make that saw look small. It's the baby that
Yeah, it's a 250 down there he's racing with. On stand
Who would
F.
have thought a 250cc would be considered small?
Yeah. It's been the arms race of hot sauce the last few years.
Right.
Okay. 1 minute, warm them up.
All right, the saws are sounding good. They smell good, too.
Oh, yeah.
Bottle that up and sell it, baby. I can use that as a cologne. I love that.
Yeah. I don't care what you say, that's not a life game.
15 seconds.
All right, 15 seconds until go. This saw on C and this operator on C.
Look out.
Animal.
Number 1.
Here we go.
Stand to your timber. 3, 2, 1, go!
Give them all a big round of applause, folks. Man, your man down here on C, he's smoking.
I was looking down for Super Dave, and all of a sudden he just wasn't there. I was like, what happened?
Yeah. They're looking at his saw, something's not good.
I'm going to be like Katie Couric. I'm going to go ask a tough question. I'm down
Okay,
here.
here
Here to
it
figure
goes.
it out.
All right, next heat in the hot saw. A is open. B will be Ben Carlson. C, Mr. J. D, Eric Piazza. Sam Graves on D. Samantha Graves on E. Robert Fry on F. What do we got going on down there?
All right, Super Dave, what's going on with the hot saw, buddy?
Oh, the throttle wing just broke when we had to warm up, and it broke. And so it basically just goes from the trigger and goes around the bend and then pulls the carburetor throttle wide open, and it broke. And we worked on it. Tony gives him a lot of credit. Tony's boyfriend twisted it together the best we could, and it came apart. So that's the way it is. But you know, in this field, I'm watching the guys watch Richard Jordan like, maybe it's okay just to watch. I mean, you got the best in the world right here, so it would have been really hard to place, but it would have been nice to give it a shot. But that's hot saw. The saw's okay. Just a piece of wire.
Now, Super Dave, you and I were sitting at dinner back in Virginia this spring, and you were telling me that one thing you really wanted to still do in your career was win a big single buck race in your 50s. You did it here today, buddy. How does that feel?
Yeah, that's one of the biggest wins of my life, Dave, right there. There we go. Yeah, I thought I had the world wrapped up at Hayward when I was 50, and I hung on the last stroke, took second, and I thought that was it. That's my only shot. Now 57, and I had a good cut today. But big credit to Nancy Zaleski. We had a big tournament in Pennsylvania 2 weeks ago. She stayed out here for the last 2 weeks, and we were trying to figure out what was wrong with my single, and we dialed it in 2 days ago, fixed it. She hollered at me for 8.4 seconds. That was the fastest I've ever come here, I think.
Absolutely incredible. Give Super Dave a big round of applause. Congratulations on the win in the single. We're getting up our next heat of the hot saw. Who do we got here, Mark?
All right, we should have A open. Ben Carlson on B. C will be open. Eric Piazza on D. Samantha Graves on E. And Robert Fry on F.
Sam's been getting the biggest pop of the weekend out here every time he steps out.
I know when we had the contestants meeting Saturday morning, and the head judge mentioned that they were trying to get the hot saw event into Saturday's competition, and she just lit up like a little kid on Christmas when she heard that.
Yeah, she's loving this hot saw thing.
Oh yeah. That's great, man. We'd love to see that. Unbelievable.
Yeah, they used to do the modified sawing here.
Yep.
In the women's division back when I was competing, and I know it kind of went away for a few years, and it'd be great to see that open division.
Open division, definitely. I think it owes credit to the women competitors that more and more of them are ordering and buying the hot saws because they love doing it. They want to do all aspects of it. And we appreciate it very much. Just like Mother Nature dialed up some nice weather for a little while. We're thankful for that.
Well, that's because that bright red saw over there, we need a spotlight on that bad boy. Red high heels, Ben Carlson's racing there on position 2. That saw is quick, very quick. 330 cc's of oh baby.
Oh man, look out.
Here we go. I'm excited to watch Stand F in this one too, Mark.
Oh yeah, definitely.
Rob Spry builds hot saws.
Okay.
One of the best axe finishers and grinders in the world is Rob Spry, but also builds a pretty fast hot saw. You see those guys down there, Matt Koger, Nate Hodges, there's a reason they're down there watching them.
You got two of the top guys watching you. got something going.
Stand to your timber. 3, 2, 1, go!
There's a few problems down there.
Yeah, it can't go if you don't pull hard enough, and that's what happened down there with Rob. He just flubbed the start.
Okay.
But then Stan, it was like she was riding a fucking Bronco.
Oh, yeah, that saw was pushing her around good. She held on though. She got him cut. She held on.
All right.
All right, our final heat being the men's hot dog. Dominant A and B will be open. Bringing Dominic Russell on C, Alex Colmel on B, Benson Cow on E.
Yeah, Alex Cannell. Let's see what he's got for a hot dog here. Here's that bad boy. He's not running. Okay.
All right, Alex not running.
That's correct. Yep. So we got Dom Ruckle and Benjamin Powell.
All right.
Yeah, Ben, we'll slide you down. Yeah, we'll just slide him down. No need to change the log out. Now, Don Ruckle here with his White Lightning saw, he built this saw himself too.
Hey.
Oh, no.
This is he might be playing you too, don't forget.
Well, he could be playing me, but he just did the hand up. The saw is not running good today. What's it doing, Dom? It didn't like the rain. I didn't either. But it's sunny now. It should run now.
Oh, you got a minute to get her tweaked in. Yep.
So he's going to try to get his saw dialed in 1 minute up here. Now this is a guy. This is the benefit to building your own equipment right here.
You know it in and out, in and out. You know every little intricacy of it, so you know what those little tweaks need to be.
So we'll see if he can get it tuned up, dialed in, race ready. All right, fan favorite Ben Minkow on position B now.
All right.
Minky, pull that hat off. Let that mullet flow, buddy. Let's see that little flow here. Work it. Oh, yeah. Man of the people, Ben Minkow.
Yeah, a lot of people howling here.
I told him, I said, we need to get him into the gym, training with Matt Koger 7 days a week. I want him up on the national stage. I want to hear 5,000 people howling for him when he finishes an event.
There you go. All right, I believe this is our last heat of sawing period, right? Then we get into some chopping?
Yep, this is the final heat of sawing today, and then it's all axes for the rest of the day. Standing block cutters. You can start setting up your logs for heat 1. That is Arden Coker Jr., Max Mercier, Jason Lentz, Dave Engasser, Nate Hodges, Brandon Graves, Chris Savash, and Brian Walmsley. Here we go. All right, so he starts after our athletes. Sounds like that saw was running a little bit better than maybe Ruckle was leading us on to there. That's what I said. Those hot saw racers, cannot trust them as far as you can throw them. final heat of the hop sawing.
Hands on the wood.
Here we go.
Stand to your timber. 3, 2, 1, go!
I think this all ran all
I
right.
think it ran all right. I think he cut himself a little thick on that second cut. Didn't quite leave him much room inside that 6 inches.
Yeah, that was a cake and not a cookie on the second cut. Yeah.
Yeah, he made it. All right, got a thumbs up from the head judges. Yeah.
I've seen thinner coffee tables in dormitories, is all I'm saying. Yeah.
Yeah, I noticed he cut that second one. I go, oh, he ain't got much room left, but he got it in there.
Look at that. You can see through that disc right there. Oh, yeah. That's like a piece of parchment. You can see Harry Potter, yeah.
That's a new way of cutting veneer right there, right? Man, good job. All right, next moves out the sun event. So now to give us a little bit of time, we're going to move some things around, get some standings out of the way, and we're going to get into chopping. Our first event will be the men's standing. Again, our first heat, we want Art Hogar on A, Max Mercier on B, Don Jason on C, Dave Anderson on D, Dave Hodges on E, Brandon Gray on F, Chris Savas on G, Brian Lansky down on H. So a couple of big heats chopping.
Yeah. And this is a world-class competition this weekend. The wood is phenomenal. Huge shout out to Mr. Walmsley and Mr. Klingland for making that happen. The white pine has been absolutely phenomenal, and we've got some of the best in the business here this weekend to chop on the ground. I'm excited to watch
That
that.
looks like a good sized chunk they're going on. 12 inch?
12 inch.
Okay.
12 inch wood. You remember back when I was 13? Oh, that was brutal.
Yep.
Brutal.
So we'll get to see, because like you said earlier, they got 3 12-inch pieces. Springboard, underhand, stand. Now the grid play,
Yeah, this wood is a little different than the wood that we used to chop here at Boonville. Back when it was from here, when Dave Dewar would go out and procure all this wood off of the local land and turn it all here and do it. That wood chopped completely different than this stuff that's coming out of Virginia.
okay, why is that?
This is just grown different. You've got to have a different edge for this axe, or for this stuff, so it's different axes. So if you were, say, in Boonville years past, and you had an axe box that was your Boonville axe box, and then you come out to cut this stuff, it is a completely different type of grind you're going to need on this. So a lot of the athletes, they do cut this wood year-round because the Slingerlands and the Longsleys do a fantastic job procuring wood, and they now do it for a lot of the big shows. So you got to have gear really situated to want to cut this stuff. And it's crazy, like when you start to put on the science coat or the lab coat, you get in the lab and you're looking at axes and how they cut some of these pieces of wood. It's wild how subtle the differences are and what can really help you or hurt you in this
Right,
thing.
I'm saying some of those differences could be the difference between winning or not even something money. Definitely, especially when you're against this caliber of champion.
Yep, absolutely. Now, like for me, when I was competing here, and there was that kind of wood, I know that all of my aspen gear, all my poplar gear, I wouldn't even bring here because I knew it would not cut this white pine. You would need a really polished edge on your axes for that stuff, whereas this one you want a little bit of a grip. Still a nice polish, but it needs to be grippy on that edge. Now this stuff, like this type of white pine, I've heard that you need a chisel or that filed edge on this as opposed to that nice polished edge. So
We'll see how it plays out.
I know it's funny, you see some of these guys come out here and they're putting in those footholds in the morning, testing their axes in the tops of those logs. And they come out and they've got 2 axe boxes loaded with 2 County racing axes.
How many axes in a box?
They put 8 in the box, typically, and each axe now, if you're putting in a handle, axe, grind, everything, you're talking like $6,000 to $800 a piece for an axe now.
There's 16 of them.
And they've got 16 of them they're rolling out with.
Yeah. A lot of fun, phenomenal amount of money.
Well, it's funny, like, you see every other sport out there, right? Like the NFL, MLB, NBA, all of those sports, the peak athletes in there are in their, like, young 20s, up to about 30 years old, and then they start to peter off a little bit. It seems like in lumberjack sports, 30 is your coming to age in this sport. So you've got like 30 to 40 is like your prime, and I wonder if that's partially because of gear.
Could be, it takes that long to acquire the right gear, definitely. It's like you said, kid out of college, not going to be able to lay out the money for probably 3 axes if he hired, let alone 16.
Yeah, I could probably be way, way further into my 401k if I didn't learn what lumberjack sports was when I was in college. That and alcohol. Alcohol too, yeah.
So you mentioned earlier that you kind of went towards the boat thing. What kind of a boat do you have?
Oh, we don't want to talk about boats, do we?
Sure.
All right. Well,
How many people out here like fishing? Everybody likes to go fishing.
I think there's a lot of fishermen around. All right, so I'm going to say this, and I want you to know that I didn't buy it brand new, because I'm going to be judged for this, but I have a Ranger 622.
I know how much that's going for.
And I did not buy it new. That's all I'm saying. It is a sick boat, though. It's got a 350 Verado on it, and it is awesome.
Just out of curiosity, I've been wondering, because I'm an old school guy, what do you need a 350 horsepower engine for on the back of a boat?
Well, the good news is that if you're in a tournament, you get from A to B back with the guy next to you.
I understand that.
But for a boat like that, for me, I like to be able to go no matter what.
Okay.
So I work way too much. I announce lumberjack sports way too much.
Okay.
And I've got a family now, so I don't really get to pick and choose the days I get to go anymore.
You want to make the max up.
So if it's banging, and we've got the wind out of the west on Oneida Lake, and 15 miles an hour, and there's 4-footers sitting out there around Shackleton Shoals, I still want to be able to take my Ranger and go anywhere I want to on that lake. So you need to have a motor that can power through, 1, those conditions, and 2, the weight of that boat, because that's a very heavy boat.
Oh, yeah.
That's heavy.
No doubt.
Yeah, that's a 3-footers. I can still do 45 and not feel it.
Really?
Yeah,
All right.
it is.
That answered that question.
It's kind of like going out there and buying one of those brand new Tiger Cat color bunchers that are on the grounds. You get out there, you buy one of those brand new ones, then you have one from like 20 years ago, and you're like, there's air conditioning in this thing, there's an auto leveler, oh my lord, it's like playing video games in there. Yes, 100%.
It makes you wonder how you got by with that old equipment. Same thing with the older boats.
Exactly, it's just like going from a cable skidder from back in the 80s to now a grapple skidder now. Oh yeah.
All right, while we're finishing up here, getting ready, we have the result from the axe throw. All right, 7th place in the axe throw was Tim Keach.
In 6th place, Donald Lambert.
5th place, Dave Engaster.
In 4th place, Billy Adams.
All right, 3rd place goes to Mike Swingerland.
In 2nd place, Super Dave Jewett.
And this is going to help towards the overall right here. 1st place in the axe throw, Nate Hodges.
Yeah, Nate Hodges.
Yeah.
Give him a big round of applause, winning the axe throw.
That's tough competition here at Boonville at the axe throw.
Yes, it is. It's one of Nate's favorite events. Nate owns a pile of those, he calls them axe throwing bars. I call them hatchet throwing bars out on the West Coast. Yosemite axe throwing. He's actually a phenomenal hatchet thrower, too.
All right, looks like he's getting ready for the standing, so
He's trying to find a wedge right now to secure that stand a little bit better. Doesn't want to lose any of that power.
you don't want anything moving other than that axe when you're swinging. Yep, looks like there, and again, I'm sure Mother Nature did a few things to this track to make that stuff move a little bit more.
And that was It was so funny, Mark. That was the least of my worries in this event when I was going up there. I tell you what, these metal stands had oceanfront property in my brain every time I came to cut this event in this. So you got to have exquisite technique when you're cutting in this to keep out of those stands. All right, on H, Andy, is Brian Walmsley.
Okay, Brian Walmsley.
So Walmsley's on E right now, but he should be on H.
All right, we should have, E should be Nate Hodges, F should be Brandon Graves, G, Chris Sabash, H, Brian Walmsley.
And rigor is right there.
Judge is just hurting some cats. That's what he was doing out there.
Oh, we want to get it right before we start. Once we take go, it's kind of hard to keep things up. Yeah, they're all out there working on that stuff.
I would say, right?
So do you think it was the setup or the stand, or just knowing that it was nothing that got in their head?
It was my terrible technique, which has always got in my head. And that's because as Americans, we always played, like most of us grew up playing some sort of a ball sport, right? You know, so many people play baseball or play lacrosse, something like that in this region. And all of that, those mechanics are completely different than launching an axe into these logs.
Oh, yeah.
So fighting those bad habits into this event cost me a lot of money over the years in wrecking axes into stands, because I always was wristing into the log. So it was all timing. And if you were rocking, if your head wasn't staying right in the cut, that timing would be off and you hit the cheek on the side of your scarf and you're going to shoot that axe right down. So the best athletes up here, you're going to see their head stays practically still through their entire cut, and their axe will just flow right through this whole event.
We got some good choppers out here too. This is a good
And I'm watching this guy right here, Stand C, Jason West. Dude is an absolute animal in the standing block. Then he's going to be taking on Nate Hodges down there on stand E. What a cut for Hodges on E. Looks like Jason put a bigger front in his log, but just made so fast in and out of that wood.
All right, give them all a big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. All right. Second heat, Brad Jones on A, Parker on B, Will Chamberlain on C, Zach Brown on C, J.P. Mercier on E, Brad Kittle on F, Dave Jewett on C, and Donald Bear down on H.
Now, Bradley Kittle's been rifling off standing this year. He's really coming into his own.
We will definitely keep an eye on him. Hopefully, well, hard not to. It's a big boy to miss.
That's a big boy to miss, yeah. That super Dave Jewett down there up against him in this one. Dave, no slouch in the standing block.
Anything with an axe, he's right up in there.
The guy who can play spoiler in this heat, though, taking his heat to be on stand A, that's Brad Jones. Brad has been cutting some great logs this year, coming out of Stratford, New Hampshire.
We've got a little bit of time here when we push the wood out, take the old out, put the wood in. We have the results of the men's hot song, some absolutely phenomenal time. So 10th place, Dakota Robards, 5.32 seconds.
Yeah, in 9th place, 4.96, Ben Carlson.
All right, 8th place, 4.86, Matt Slingerland.
In 7th place, 4.59 seconds, Jason Lentz.
All right, 6th place, Brian Wemsley, 4.58 seconds.
In 5th place, Patty's time for the Flanagan. 5th place, 4.46 seconds, Alex Storm.
All right, tripping a little off of that, Dave English there with a 4.34, good for 4th place.
In 3rd place, 4.20 seconds, Matt Koger.
All right, Richard Jordan got in there with a 4.08 for 2nd place.
And your new world record holder at 3.89 seconds, Nate Hodges, your winner of the last
Well, that's going to definitely help him towards the overall, especially with that standing stuff.
Yeah, I'm starting to try to crunch the numbers back here, and
It's close.
Matt Koger's lucky he won the boat sales, all I'm saying.
That boat sale is going to help him out for sure. He's going, yep, you're right. He's going a little bit, stand up going.
Yeah, but you know what? Matt's thinking now, we're getting into his premier event. He's great at everything else, but he's world class in these next couple of events.
So it could come down to the underhand. It could come down to the underhand for the overall. We'll find out.
Yeah, I gotta tell you, if I got money on somebody in the underhand, it is Matt Koger. He is a world record holder in that event. He is an absolute savage in the underhand bout. It's the reason that in the trophy races, we always see him representing the United States in that event when they go overseas. Okay, he is that guy in that event. So if it comes down to that one, it's going to be tight. He's still got to get enough points here against Nate in this standing block right now, and Nate just had a cranking time.
Yeah. So that's the thing. Now it comes down to that first, second, third, 1 or 2 points make a big difference.
All right, so I'm looking at the time here. The official time for Nate Hodges in that heat was 16.78 seconds in that standing block.
Man, that move, he's going to have to put it all off to get it. I want to take a moment to thank you guys some great sponsors here. $700 here to put this show on.
That's incredible.
That's incredible. We thank every one of them. Also want to thank the Lodging Kit Company, Trainer Funeral Home, Handy Deli, Community Bank, and School the Pub, the Edge Hotel, for their donations to help us hold and keep everybody that shows up here today. It's all weekend long.
Yeah, let's give those guys a big round of applause. That's awesome. That's awesome. You know what else is awesome? This song. This song coming back out.
I was just looking out the lanes. That was so much nicer than it did about a half hour ago. Well, that's good. I was playing that little cell with the small one, because that lasts much longer than we would have got to do.
Yeah, I gotta tell you, as a competitor here, I always like sawing in the rain more than I like chopping in the rain. Having an axe in your hand when it is pouring cats and dogs out here is not fun. Feels like you can lose it at any time. Last 3 events of the weekend up here. What are you guys playing? Look at these things, Mark. What are these guys eating up here on the stage? themselves up here, but they just knew that they just didn't want to struggle.
Is your rigger over here?
Oh, you're right, something.
Where's what? Your rigger.
All right, looks like we're getting real close to starting our next heat of the standing, folks.
All right, again, in this heat of the standing bar chop. We got Brad Jones, Parker Regardless, Will Chamberlain, Zach Brown, J.P. Mercier, Brad Kittle, Super Dave Jewett, and Donald Lambert.
Timber. 3, 2, 1, go!
All right, here we go. After sticking to the front side of the 12-inch white pine log. Scoop Ziggy there for Regardless. On a big around.
All right, he's bringing it up. Do it around. Do it around. He's gonna get first. Come on, folks. Let's be close. All right, Jordan's done. All right, they're right behind them.
Brad Jones been chopping so well this year. Great cut for him on A.
Good job, nice do it.
Hey, young athlete from Paul Smith there. Parker Regardless, he's figuring it out too. On B. Good cut for him. From Zach Brown here on position D with J.P. Mercier. One more big hit.
Help him out, folks. One more hit can do it.
He always likes to prove me
One
wrong.
for JP. Give them all a big round of applause. So I was going to ask you, there's somebody.
Sometimes you gotta fight the rain.
Chopping events take so much out of you, but they're always with a hand in the show. Why?
Because this is the premier event for most of the athletes. The athletes, this is the event, the culmination where these guys are going to have the bragging rights for going into everything else. So, everybody, if you ask me the event in my career that I've spent the most time on, it was always the standing block and the underhand shot. Now, if you ask me how much money, the total in percentages to everything else that I've ever made in lumberjack sports, it would be less than 1% compared to every other event. So, the guys that are really, really good, this is their Super Bowl again. Yeah. The guys that are world class, this is just another event.
Back the video, man. That was
It seemed like it always made sense to put this down earlier.
Yeah, I had, at one point, I probably had $10,000 to $15,000 in lumberjack equipment and all of that kind of stuff. And the two pieces of equipment, I made in my career throwing it and a long piece. You could buy for $80. So I only had to have $200 worth of gear. I had much further ahead. I love chopping wood. If there's any young ones out there that want to get their start in wood chopping, I'm not expecting you young to do. If you want to get your start in wood chopping, wood chopping is kind of your natural. It's very nice equipment. They're doing kind of like a no shopping thing. All of like big type events where
Let's go one. Reach down real far. Reach down real far.
Up next, we got Ryan Bourne, Zach Matt Coger, Eddie Slinger, Trevor Bowdry, Dan Beans and Ben Carlson getting set up in standing block.
And then we're going to go further in. Thank you. All right, one bite, everybody knows the rules. Get it rated. That's a 10. All right, that's a 10. You heard it. You can get a different those. Couldn't figure out why he was my bag up and look at the show. I know I'm going to get all piped up on this sugar. I was like, thank you. This mic is
Dad, your dad cut those? You gotta save them? I'm like, they just sort of use them, you know?
No, I just kind of laughed.
those
Oh, no. That stand was moving like a motherfucker.
Yeah, I was. Like 3 minutes before we went up. And it was like,
Uncle Dick.
Right when they opened up,
What's up?
you
betcha. I don't know your time.
I'll be curious to see the time. I'm glad I grabbed that bottle of water. Whoa, that was too big of a bite. Trying to sneak that one in. All right, and then we'll stay. Competition going out. It always takes a little bit of time. Where is he? It looks like there's something getting locked out of the game down there. No, the underhand not so much. Those are all set up already. They'll just bring the team and figure it out. They are the height. They are very much great. Oh man, you're looking high and high tonight. I know a guy that can get you some first. I know a guy. Did you get into the fish fry last night? No, I didn't. I didn't go down the road. But I know a lot of people. A lot of good ballers. After Women's Day, that's a great time to have there on Saturday night. Yeah.
Listen, over the winter, because I gotta go to the house and you gotta show me.
A whole lot of fun. Hang on. Wedges in there. Oh, he's got his little cutout front teeth. He's got right next to Matt Holder. You know, they had him a couple times today. They've had those two side by side. Several of these times. It's good television. Oh, yeah. Good television. Yeah, right. Good eyes. You know, if you look over in the shadows over here, you can see the leader right now in the standing block. Nate Hodges watching on. I guarantee you, you can have the phone out filming this one, taking a look at what these guys are doing on these logs. Okay. I know one guy I watched down there, is that Australian. Mr. Beams is known to be able to cut a standing block, sir. Okay, we'll keep an eye on him. Yeah, he's ready to roll. Okay, good heat coming, folks. Let's make a lot of noise for him.
Stands to your timber. 3, 2, 1, go!
Yeah, Beans, man, look at Beans going. Windowing around. Gonna be close, Holder's done.
What a cut for Matt, followed by
Matt Bowdry done.
Alex Storm there coming off in second with Bowdry in third. We'll stick with stands A and B. Brian Bourne, there it is. Give them all a big round of applause.
Yeah, I tell you, these guys are all top-notch doctors. That Matt Bowdry, he's just like on a whole other level. Whole other level, man. Unbelievable. Man, you know, Hodges over there checking his feet out.
So I'm going to get over here and take a look-see at that time that Matt just put up. See how it compares to me. Starting to all do the math here on what these overalls are looking like.
All right. Next heat, we're going to have the portable bars on A, Brendan Carroll on B, Robert Fly on C, Ryan Shipman on E, Kurt Sabowski on E, Eric Young on F. C8 will be open.
All right, so looking at Nate Hodges' time, that was 16.78. Matt Kroger will be your new leader, 14.08 seconds.
Phenomenal. Man.
I was supposed to be. They called me over to throw off that throw. I did it, then they come back and like, oh, you gotta. I'm like, because it was like.
He hits the first side of that ball, 6 hits in the back for Matt. He thought it was going to go in 5.
Right.
He really thought it was going to go in 5, and then he had to keep going. One more hit into it, and guys come off. Logs out of the stands. Yeah, these stands though, because you don't have to worry about putting the dogs there. Those dogs on those other stands that you see on every other state around the world, those things, they spray, and somebody doesn't know what they're doing when they're putting them in, they can slam them in and they can start really become inefficient at that point. So you don't have to worry about them after these logs are taken to your truck. Take them out from them. Carry one, keep it to the other. That's right. No, we gotta have the guys down. Sure, 100%.
All right, we're starting to wind it down. We got 2 more heats for standing, and then we get into the upper hand. Finish it up with the tree solid. So I'm thinking it's going to be cold for the overall.
I think it's going to be very cool. Next week's the shop, so I think it's all over.
They first place finish in that, so it's 100%. They're each point back and forth. Gotta get them where you can.
As Jacksonville points from that coach dog.
At this point, every event is going to be different. You guys can go have a good day. Nobody's watched that some years from now. Putting ourselves stuff here. This year is not so much.
That's how like all of the big competitions all year. And for the women's division, we had a tie again. For the men's division, we had a tie again in the school series. These athletes are competing on just a different level now. And it's coming down to nanoseconds in all of these events.
Now, how do they do it? Like in Boonville, they have a tie. They go back and they number of first place. That's how they do it.
No, it's not. So they do it based off of cumulative time in the CSI. Okay. They used to do it in stock saw. They make them come back out, take a stock saw, and saw up for it. But now they do it in cumulative time. So if your springboard was awful that day, you know you're out of it.
Because they're going to have that 9 minutes for not to worry out. You know you got the point that 9 minutes for not to worry out.
Yeah, and that's what happened with Hodges this year. Hodges had, I think it was his standing blocks. He gets get it to come off on time, okay, and it cost him a few seconds. Those few seconds will cost him a title this year in Milwaukee. So yeah,
That's the tough. That's the tough. Very good.
Alright, so we're getting close here in the standing block. We're shaping one block down.
Lights going on HRT, baby. Yeah. Don't touch somebody.
Cinderella's slipper here, right? Put that thing into the stand.
Oh, yeah. Yep. Gotta get it just right, too. Rotate it there, so it's, so what's with the line protection?
Well, that's so they can judge through the cut where they are in the log. The angle's down on the top these logs at a 45-degree angle. And that middle line, you want to make sure that you get close to that bad boy before you make the turn on the back side to make sure that this thing comes off nice and open. Now you see that one side is a little higher than the other side.
Right, I noticed that. Yep.
On the front side, you're a little lower. On the back side, have a nice wall.
Well, it wasn't in the way. It wasn't over there a little bit.
He went out, he stood in front of it in a helicopter.
Rather a helicopter or the paint the fence?
What that does, a little secret of the
Oh, I have to get a helicopter going, I don't use my hands.
the weight on the top of that log to help break it up.
Yeah, the lower you are, the more we got down. Okay. Yeah, learn something new every day. Next time I get one of these events, I'll remember.
Yeah, that was one of those who can't do teach moments right there. Yeah, right. I was always a terrible shopper, but I knew what the good guys were doing. I just couldn't replicate it. All right, my eyes here on stand A. This guy has been rifling some logs off. Boonville bars down there. On position 1. And then stand favorite to the Benjamin Cow. Feeling that flow on stand 2. Here we go.
There's New York Timber. 3, 2, 1, go!
I guarantee you, the guy on position C here has got an axe that is going to love this wood.
All right, well, Mark's going on. You're right. He is kind of eating them off.
He's an animal.
Nice try around.
Pick it up.
Nice done. Nice job. Right on. Help them out, folks. They can hear it. They now going to the drive center on B. With shoot package on D. Photo finish between B and D. We'll stay with Eric Piazza. Guy who got his start at University of Connecticut down there on Stanley. There it is. Give them all a big round of applause, folks.
Give her hell, boy.
All right, we've got Richard Jordan on A, Alex Snell on B, Dominic Russell on C, Bill Bennett on D. That'll be our final heat in the same. Let me go to the underhand. Underhand job coming up next. That's the big one. That's one of the big ones. The guys want to win. I don't even consider Springboard a chopping event. That was just like, I'd always avoid that out of my mind, but that wasn't a reality. Underhand was always my least favorite. That was, because I have this big object situated on the front of me, it was in my way trying to reach down to that bottom with my underhand chop. Standing block, after I figured it out, and it got a little bit more fluid, stand up and get feet on that thing, alright? A little bit of setup. Between your feet, so you can drive that action to the wall, so it's always a problem. Every single time I set up on an underhand wall. So, always stay away from it. Not going to block it out. This judge really likes this part of it, though. I can drive. Again, we're looking for Richard Jordan, Alex Canal, Dominic Russell, Joey
But then she felt too light, so she put the weight on her
Cody Robar, because man, Alex Storm was so just ahead of him too. Alex Storm at 17.61 seconds. Robar 17.70. Man, that's moving. That's 4 guys there. Under 18 seconds. That's here in war. Getting better and better and better. So this training, equipment, both, wood, all of the above. All of the above. Oh.
It's better than
Thank you again to the exhibitors, the profession, the crafts, the artisans, the organization, and all our customers for making this year's 79th New York State Woodsmen Field Day one of our largest events ever. Let's give everybody a big round of applause here. Next year, year 80, it is going to be an absolute banger out here.
Let's say the tank cuts is beautiful.
You're definitely going to want to come back again next year. Make a plan.
Think about what it's worth.
I've already got my code of staying architecture. I love that. Current house called Profiles Out. Worked out 30 years. I would have been right there with you. But my wife was trying to talk me into coming home every night. And I told her, I said, listen, honey. It's Boonville. Yeah, this is Boonville. You stay up there, you camp out, you're one of the people during the weekend up here. So I bought a truck tent, okay, and I bought an air mattress that goes into the wheel wells of my truck. So I can stay high and dry up here no matter what. So that is the challenge, no doubt. We tent camp out back here, we had campers, tent camp. 1 year it rained, oh my God. That's it. It doesn't have 4 walls on it?
My mom had that same opinion. Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Only thing, don't let that happen in the rain. My wife is not too much, we will pay her, but faith and camping in the rain are 2 things you will have no part. That is a tough one. Grew up on a dairy farm, now she makes a living driving tractor trailer and hauling milk. That woman weighs 100 pounds soaking wet. She's driving a rig that's 110,000 pounds going down the road.
I love everything about that. That's awesome.
Yep. And my 19-year-old daughter got her permit.
Last one, Jamie.
My wife says it's unbelievable. They'll be driving by and you can see it coming back another truck. And he realizes, like, the baby's driving the truck and he goes, you gotta see that guy's roughneck when they go by. Blows us right out of the water.
All right, just looks like we're set, ready to go. Here we go. Next meet of our standing block shot.
Stands to your timber. 3, 2, 1, go!
All right, and now it's on B here. We're going to see what this young man can do here in Quebec. Get Richard Jordan on position 1, Dominic Russell on C.
C. Now it's around. Running with B. Yep, this is all neck and neck. Hit for hit. Jordan's around. Alright, let's make some noise, folks. We're going to get that top off first.
I've never seen Canal Cup, but he can put on clip.
Great throw. Yeah, very good. Happy with that. Adam's doing a good job. Russell's not happy. That thing does not want to come on.
Come on, buddy.
This is Richard Jordan down there on A.
Help them out, folks. Couple more hits. Late in the day. There you go. Give us a big round of applause.
Richard, stick the tongue out. Come on. Richard, there you go. That's what I wanted to say.
Standing block. Alright, we are into the men's underhand. And we're looking for Zach Pack on A, Jason Lynch on B, Chris Bob on C, Nate Hodges on D. Next one.
into that fourth tee. So that'll be Rob Fry running 6-10. You're now moving up to the fourth tee. The athletes now, we talked about shoe changes earlier. The athletes switched over their footwear now. These dumb-up ballers of Australia. They are extremely soft-soled shoes. Look, they almost got slippers down there. They're very soft-soled. And then you want to turn around, show the crowd a little leg real quick. Show the crowd a little leg. Yeah, worth it. Oh yeah, on that up, man. Here, Lord. But he's got that chainmail on. Oh, it's really working it now. And that wraps all the way down around his feet. That is a rule. You have to wear chainmail in all of our shopping events for safety, just in case something bad were to happen. If I would imagine an actual bad is going to go through you. It's not even heavy. We can talk to Nate Hodges about axes going through things a few times. Yeah. Nate, bring that memory up, John, please. Right before you run it down. Those aren't sharp fights you see on them. That's all I'm saying. Cleaning up the arena as we go, because as soon as we're done with these 4 feet to the underhand, these nice big red line poles will be hitting the ground.
We'll take a moment to take close down to the end of the track here. So, yeah, always glad they're here. We're always glad we don't need 100%. Yeah, we appreciate it coming every year. Yeah, we've seen some years where we've had the years. Oh, yeah. Huh? Man, it was like both songs were fighting people the one year. It was crazy. It was back to the world. Wasn't it going back to back? This actually is the closest show to my front door. This is now my official home show going forward. I've been a nomad for a long time. All right, Rob Fry, you are up in the underhand. Oh, you're the 14, okay. I thought you said you haven't seen it. I was like, yeah. I told him. Yeah, we did. Well, you were up for one for a while. Oh, really? Okay, well, something was wrong with working. Front pointed, front leg on it. Everybody's set. We will make note of that for next year. Oh, look at this. Look for the head guard. Whoa. What did he find there? Hamburger? Right. All right, give it the one bite. Give it. I don't know if that was in or if that was dumb. Yeah. Both. All right. He's loving right now. Hold on. 7.3 from the judge on the burger. That's a good score. Good score. Very good score.
Yeah, so actually, we're filming from the stage. So when you're finished your cut, go back towards the grandstand so you don't walk in front of one of your fellow competitors. You'll go back towards the grandstand, not towards the stage.
Clear the area for somebody else to stop and to be in view of the game.
The little things you gotta think about when technology changes.
But I tell you, just looking at some of these times, it's worth its weight in gold.
Oh, absolutely. That, and the volunteers, I'm telling you what, they gotta be pumped. They gotta have to be dialed in on stopwatches the whole time too.
Absolutely. And they got to be a challenge some years because a lot of people travel 3, 4, 5 miles to Boonville, 3, 4, 5 miles to Boonville. You want to start heading home a little earlier on Sunday, but you're out of time and it's not always possible.
Absolutely.
All right, let's see. Underhand. We said Zach Cash on A, Jason Lynch on B, Chris Sabash on C, Nate Hodges on D, Matt Swingerland on E, Art Boger on F, Greg Kittle on G, Ryan Ford on H. What do you need? Okay, we need some plates down here. Yup, definitely.
Yeah,
Hold on, we gotta get some plates in this setup here for trying out. Get a couple of green shirts in there, get some plates in there on that setup, please.
Yeah, I mean, Nate's going for an overall. We wanna make sure that stands on
We wanna
moving.
make sure he's locked in place. Yep.
All right, well, we're getting that stand anchored in there for Nate. We've got our results from the standing block shot.
All right, 10th place, Greg Jones, 22.95.
9th place, 22.35 seconds, Dan Bean.
All right, 8th place, Harrison Hogarth, 22.07.
7th place, Maggie Slingerland, 19.9.
All right, 6th place, Jason Lynch, 18.73.
5th place, 18.06, Trevor Beaudry.
All right, 4th place, 17.71, Dakota Lavard.
In 3rd place, 17.61, Alex Storm.
2nd place with a time of 16.78, Nate Hodges.
And your winner of the standing block, 14.08 seconds, Matt Koger.
Unbelievable. Give him a big round of applause. It's 2 seconds faster than Nate Hodges. Nate, woo.
All right, judges drawing them down. Here we go. Underhand shot.
Stands to your timber. 3, 2, 1, go!
All right, here we go.
And we're hitting some badass. Look at them all. They're all dropping like that. Unbelievable. Hodges around. Winner around.
I tell you what, Jason Lentz, he put some more pace on that thing. He's going to be coming off early.
Oh,
Matt.
Hodges right behind his player.
I thought Jason was going to get him there, but Hodges just hit the gas pedal on the backside of that log. Slide. Swing right with him there. We'll stick with Mitch Howe and Savvy. There it is for Chris Sabash.
All right, let's do Mr. Mitch now. One more hit to do it. Give them all a big round of applause, folks. That's some shopping there.
That is some shopping. That is a lot of overall points, though, that Hodges may have just locked up.
Wow,
taking that
that
heat.
guy gets shopping. He does not. He got 1 speed all up. There's no other than 1 speed all up. All right. Next up, we have on A, Matt Hogarth, on D, Greg Jones, on C, Matt Mercier, Trevor Beaudry on D, Greg Harrison on E, Frank Gray on F, guy puts pellets in the mud.
Yeah, but this guy, unbelievable underhand cutter. Unbelievable.
He's pretty darn good. And black guy for so.
Well, now I gotta say he's a pretty dang good bow soldier too.
Yeah, he true.
He had a come to Jesus meeting with his bow saw this week, and I think it worked.
Yeah, when you can win the both out here at Boonville, man, that's bragging rights all day long. All people.
All right, so we have to get these logs set up, ready to roll for the second heat.
That had like produced all of these amazing women.
And on any hit, whether it's your drive side or your chip side, if you slap the log off, meaning that you take a hit and you see the log run, the chip run all the way to the end of the log, that's called a slap. That means you're taking wood out of the way without having to go and actually chop it. You chop closer comes to the log, and it's a disqualification if you do not have those nails in. You've got to have slab nails in, 3 per side here at Boonville. That's no judge. Any is a big proponent. He says he doesn't like he says you throw yourself out, but maybe he really enjoys it when you throw yourself out. Like MLB, the umpire Joe West, still here one time. Kick right into it. Just like, yeah,
That's why he makes such a good head judge. He knows that he's just in the club. He's invented also.
He definitely invented the field. Definitely invented the field. Yeah, not the rule, not the rule. Oh, yeah. They also closely associate that with the synonym for it with the HT front.
That's right. Or as Mr. Monaco would say, it's not teaching, you're just interpreting the rules to your opinion.
Correct.
No, it's good when they start naming rules after.
Yeah, I have a rule after me.
Oh, really?
Yeah, what's that? It was actually in an event that's not here, it's in the disc set. Yep. And that it's where you stand a log up like a standing block, turn a chainsaw sideways, and then you have to stack cookies on top of each other all the way down the log.
Wow, okay.
Yeah, and I interpreted the rules a little differently with the coach. So there was no time limit back then. So what I did was I went very narrowly and I would cut 95% through every single cookie, right? Stack them really nice and tightly all the way down the log, then go back down the other side and just nick the corners and stack them up tighter than a Denny's Grand Slam. And they were beautiful. I won an event like that, and then they all of a sudden came up with a time thing, and then another one said, we can't do that.
There you go, nice, well, these are made it for more weight than one. Or implement, depending on how you want to do it.
You know, every time I say that story, the head judge is like, his teeth grip a little bit, just like, yep, that was the stupidest thing I've ever seen you do.
But it works, right?
I think I won 50 bucks that day.
Big money, big money.
For college students, that's
Hey, that was big money.
whoa. That was $10 $5 nights right there.
There you're right. All right, here we go.
Stand to your timber. 3, 2, 1, go!
That timing, that goes perfectly down there on the hay. Tell you what, this guy's got the boat reading. Down here in the middle is an animal too. Look at Coder though. Coder flying, goes for one chip. There it is. Woo!
Ogre was a great shot.
I think he's human. Carlson rifled one off there as well.
All right, let's help these folks out. Cheer them on, folks. Hey, cheers. Been a long day. Give them all a nice round of applause. A lot of talent out there. All right, our third heat. We're going to have Lancaster on A. Yalton on C. Rich Jordan on C. John Lambert on D. Dave Jewett on E. Dave Mercier on F. Taylor Canal on G. And Brian Wortley on D. Good counselors there, yeah. And also want to remind Robert Fry and Brian Shipman.
You guys never brought my underhand.
Into the fourth heat. You no longer have your own heat. So Robert Fry and Brian Shipman, let them know that they are in the fourth heat of the underhand. All right, we've got all the kits set up. Super Dave just made his way over. Huge shout outs again. Thanks to the Buckle Commission, GMC Department of Ag Department, government, all the time organizing the brand new forestry education building and seminars. Thank you to the Peyton Gating for singing our national anthem here this week. It was absolutely fantastic. You did a great job holding down your hands today. Beautiful. A huge thank you. Trucker in Boonville, New York, the man's name was Woodsmen, 10K foot race, 10K. You ever run it? No, I can't walk 10K, let alone run it. I've done it twice. And they tore it off both times. That was always my wife. Go to the runner, cow, ice point, cow. I did it twice. That's the definition of insanity, right? Yeah, okay. Understood. Thank you again to Sharon, Belia, and Jill McConnell for setting up the souvenir stand. Huge thank you to Peggy Martin and family for cooking for the staff for the past 10 days. Thank you to Paul Hans for helping us all summer long here on the ground. Thank you to the citizens of Boonville for welcoming our visitors to our community and being patient with the days the event has had heavy traffic here. Oh, it does. It does. When you come to Boonville any other time of the year, it's bigger, it's quiet, cars going through, maybe a lot.
It's because I didn't drive any of my millwood.
Oh yeah, you do have to cut that.
We've got a couple of good guys. Really good guys.
Oh, you're talking about
Let's carry on. A lot of phones. Got a lot of phones. Very grateful for that. Those bones are going to fuel a lot of wood boilers. Oh yeah, drop the wood boilers. That's one of the things down. Show everyone that we're talking to you on every year. The Boston Lumberjack Festival. That goes right to right where the wood boiler goes. All that wood goes right there. And still takes it every year. That's the nice thing about those boilers. You don't have to split them on it. Yeah, you can get the scrap all that whole slap in it too. Later on, scooping them out of the ash later on.
We're seeing some age in this heat. Is it about to rain, Rachel?
No.
Don't scare me like that.
Stand to your timber. 3, 2, 1, go!
Now, Canal really impressing that standing line. Let's see what he can do.
Pace, Dave, pace!
Thankfully, he went around. Then he slapped the front of the around. Pretty good. Canal hammering down there. On 8. Going for the drive now with Super Dave.
You're Super Dave. You're on the way to Now right behind him, right behind him. And Jordan was in between them there. On C.
We'll stick with our action up here. And again, there's beyond finishing it up. And we got Mr. Lambert.
Couple more, Mr. Lambert. All right, give him a nice round of applause, folks. That's a lot of work.
All right, final heat of the underhand. Getting set up.
All right, we've got Daniel Bean, President Cow, Kurt Kowalski, Alex Storm, Joey Annam, Total Bogard, Dominic Fleckle, Robert Fry, Brian Shookman. And final heat. Take it up, 15 feet out. Oh, yeah. Bill, the free shirts fall along the way. So you mentioned earlier now, oversimplifying 100%. All right, so oversimplifying is just saying, I'm going to cut this thing like a standing clock and we'll see if I hit the hand. Okay. So that's what I used to do. I used to go up there and just swing as fast as I could, get that thing to go, and hopefully if it can, it doesn't usually work out. Then you got to work back and came back. I almost came back. I had to put a couple extra hits in the front just in case they want to go the right way. Anyhow, overthinking this event will take too much time to get your tree to hit your can. Okay. This still is a race, right? So if you miss, then it comes down to time penalties, like how far you missed by. Okay. But if you hit it, you still got to beat everybody else to hit it. So this could take you 10 minutes to spell your tree over. But you get back to 10 minutes, that's great. Now, it's normally 10 minutes instead of shot for 10 minutes on the tree, I'm going to kill you. But
You gotta move.
if you shot it in, say, 3 minutes or 2 minutes,
Let's figure it out. You want me to scope it out?
so you gotta have a balance there. You know, line up your scarf. I'd always go over to Big End after this event and say, hey, do you want to be my spot? Okay. And then after you like, hey, when you get down to the spot for me, yeah, that's for you. You take your tape measure, each corner of your hand, and you line up where you think your camera is.
It's all day.
You set that hand right there, you do this and draw your lines according to that. So then, as you were swinging, you would call how far you were on your far wood on that hand, okay? Then you get those lines, you go to the back side, you get off the back, and usually, pretty close. Another helpful thing. How can you go once or twice?
Mark where your foot is. That's like the straight part. Yeah, that's.
Looking down there to the Australian. Getting set ready to go. Looking here earlier. Now Stormer, old Blue Eyes, he's known in his parts. He's on position F. He's a dog in this. Cody Robar. Very fun to them as well. John Lux is really good. Good job, good job.
Stands to your timber. 3, 2, 1, go!
All right, here we go. Okay, look at the pace on Beans down there on base. Come on, Beans! Going around. Come on, Beans! He's got a front going here. Storm, come on. Storm. Got a heck of a hit behind him. Beans right behind him. And Karbowski's right there with the free as well. There is the stride. I love every time Rock finishes. It's like, this was fun. Yeah, yep. All right, let's give them out. Big round of applause, folks. That concludes the underhand for 2026. While we're switching gears here to the pole sawing, I bring all your attention. What we have over here, we have a little memorial here in memory of Jack and Ruth Foden. Jack passed away in June this year at the age of 91. Anyone that's from the Boonville area knows
Go get more sodas. Go.
Jimmy, 15 feet out. Yep. Jamie, you're doing tree fell? Okay. What do you got going on here? Oh, qualified.
I'm going to say that we're going to get, I want to make this uncomfortable. We're going to have some wagering on that. Uncomfortable for, no, if you're going to take the under, I want you to feel like it's kind of weird. You're taking the under and the over. It's like we're begging for time. You know, we feel like uncomfortable about betting one way or the other on a game. I'm thinking that the over-under on this is going to be I usually wanted to go down here because I didn't want to feel bad if I hit it. You're right, yeah, you don't want to all right. No, not at all. It's like I always felt bad when we spoke on our after party to be stopped by a brewery and always be here in the center. It's like, really? Okay. It's pretty good at smashing holes. I don't want to waste the beer. Really bad lumberjack throwing, yeah. One or the other. One or the other. They're getting it. They're getting smashed up here. They like the measurement. Spin the can a little bit with that hard straight. And that little spin made a difference. I know you shout out again for our wood crew on the track. Make it clean up, look easy. Keep the thing flowing. Yep. You're already in trouble, buddy. You're already in trouble. Here's them and freaking eggs to line it up. seconds after that. That would be awesome. Thank you guys so good. And a huge shout out again to 3B Timber Company. Provide the poles for them. They're great people over there. They're great people. First team we're going to have Brian Ford, Joe Chamberlain, Dave Edgar, Brandon Gray, Dave Stewart, Dave Garcia, Chris Savant. All right. You're double checking to make sure the cans are all the right distance away. Got 15 feet. Now I know I guess it's going to win. That's playing the hard. Great test call for him. He has the pace to do it. He's got no one calling for him. All right, you got Brian Ford. You got spotters down there. Start from this end. All right. We've got Chris Tomas, J.P. Mercier, Dave Stewart, Brandon Gray,
Dave Engasser, Will Chamberlain, Ryan Ford.
I don't. No, we're still waiting on two. Unless you spot it. I'll spot the horn.
Somebody's keeping a horn.
The judge is getting to the point of the day where he heard caps.
What you want to do is catch the Just tell them where I land.
You always notice, always done that Canadians though. You notice that?
I think they do that.
I do too.
What is it? Whoa, whoa, whoa. Where'd that come from?
Hey, you guys know how to take care of your guy.
Now walking back down, make sure spotters are on.
I feel like this is a setup.
I'm confident we're going to get these falling before nightfall. No, we're confident.
So just look for where it falls.
Yeah, or like wherever it just is.
There's that window.
Just in time.
Here we go. Stand to your timber. 3, 2, 1, go!
All right. Art of pole felling.
Looks like they're a little bigger than those in these damn. Wow, so that makes it
Definitely going to make it favorable to big wood cutters, but yeah, your favorite, make it a turn first. Yeah, good caller. These guys have smoked a lot of cans together.
Oh, yes, they have.
All right, there it goes for four.
That's what.
That's a miss. Chamberlain with a miss.
On the cigar.
Brave. Miss. Hewitt with a miss. That under's looking pretty good now, boys. And Gasser.
There's my man. There's my man. Do you have any days ever died at Turkey?
All right, so now they're going to go around, measure the distance.
No, we need a whole lot of hits in this next game. A whole lot of hits.
I don't think Green has anything to do with it on that one either.
Green, make something. All right. Our final heat we're going to have next round. Next first day. White
What we got?
Right, that's all we have.
A couple were big things. Big things the best for last. Best for last. I think we're calling out hits in this last game. I think Keith is good for a hit. Clearly good for a hit. I think that Canadian there, Glenn very good for a hit. So we're going to finish, I think, right at 4.
8.5, 14.5.
Well, I mean, you're supposed to stick at a 3/4 head.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
Yes.
Oh, okay. All right.
Now I know that you got to stay along. Right there. get the green shirts down here and taking it off the screen for match first game, please. It's been a long day for everybody. One more each go. And wrap up.
Absolutely.
Great weekend.
79th year.
They're going to be 80. I think they got practice for what they're going to stand.
And I'm pretty excited. They've already asked me back for next year.
Right, very good. Glad to hear that. We got some people that are happy to hear this about. You know, Hank Wrigley will be excited. Good.
Yeah, it's going to be I'm excited for next year. 8 years.
It's
incredible. Absolutely incredible.
All started with President Franklin.
Jimmy, get him out of here.
Pilot and lumberjack. He would go up there to logging camp. Right? Oh, okay. Like it's going to be in the way.
Get your steps in.
Now,
Get your steps in, Judge.
The guys got me over are happy about that.
Phoenix gets here. Yeah, don't do that over light.
They're in the dial now.
Trying to find a hole where the can comes. They have proliferated his heart and everything.
It took them 20 minutes to place that.
Right, no, it's like another 20 minutes to figure out where that's going. The results of the underhand job has played with a time of 21:02. Ryan Morris.
Yeah, ninth place, 19.28 for Rotary.
All right, 8th place, time 18:43.
Seventh place, 17.79 for Grabowski.
All right, Mulder Rivard takes 6th place, 17.70.
10th place, 16.90. Alex Storm.
For 4th place, Matt Swingerland, 16.34.
In third place, 15.88. Jason West.
All right, 2nd place with a time of 15.52.
Nate Hodges. And in first place, 13 1.09. Matt Koger, your winner of the Underhand. That about puts the bow on it there.
Well, it's made hot, it's right behind it, so that's only really 1 point difference in the overall.
A lot of 1 point differences though all day.
Boy, yeah,
It's a whole lot of point differences later on.
especially
For backstroke, Nate's got a lot of points on that right. That natural bubble was both saw. Right. It's tight. I don't remember.
I don't remember how.
Trees. There goes Brown.
Down. There's a hit. Goes it up right. Yeah, you hit it on the way down, for sure. I think that's down to the head. Slam barrel with a hit. Oh, Mercier again missed by an inch. Hey! So how many we did there? 4, 5?
I don't know, there's still a couple more.
A couple more hits.
Close.